Is liberty dying where you live? Escape to Keene at freekeene.com.
Your Honor, my name is John Meyer, and I'm here for 5 of the 6 defendants.
Charles Bauer, Gallagher, Callahan, and Gartrell Concord on behalf of the City of Keene.
Robert Beadle, also Gallagher, Callahan, and Gartrell on behalf of the City of Keene.
Thank you. I'm prepared to continue with the testimony. I know that there's a motion filed by Attorney Meyer asking for permission to take one of the witnesses out of order. I take there's no objection.
No objection. We and John and I have talked. There's no objection.
I would also appreciate that. I would like the opportunity, at the court's timing, to argue the motion to dismiss this pending.
Absolutely. My plan is to have the testimony, and then if there are any pending motions, address them at that point.
Your Honor.
Again, I accept whatever courts, whatever timing or sequence the court determines. I just state that the argument for making the motion arguing the motion to dismiss before resuming the testimony is that in terms of what testimony is relevant and what testimony is not relevant in this particular proceeding, which is admittedly an unprecedented proceeding, it would help to have some clarification of the legal issues so that the determination as to what lines of testimony are pertinent and what lines are not.
I understand, and let me just say that the motion, we're all clear, relates to the request for preliminary injunctive relief. I understand the defense motion is broader. It gets to whether or not the case will continue at all in any respects, and for the reasons that have been laid out, and both parties have briefed them. I've reviewed the pleadings, what I want to do, and we had this discussion the last hearing. I'd like to have the testimony first, and then we can have arguments on those motions. I understand that the defense's position is that we don't even need this testimony for the arguments that have been advanced in the motion to dismiss. But because I'd like to have a broader understanding of the specific facts before I rule on the pending motions, we're going to have testimony today.
Thank you.
So in terms of order, I don't know, Attorney Bauer, I don't know how long your witnesses are, if you want to take Mr. Cleveland first, or if you want to deal with that later in the day. I'm happy to do it either way.
I anticipate 3 witnesses today, and then the case in chief will close, and Mr. Cleveland can then take the stand, and I think Mr. Meyer will put him on, and we'll do a promise of Mr. Cleveland, and I'm hopeful, frankly, that we can continue and perhaps conclude the evidence today. I know that if Attorney Meyer doesn't put on certain witnesses, I'd like to call them. So that's why I'm saying that I guess the case in chief would not close, because I do want to reserve the right to call a couple of the defendants.
I understand. So what don't we do? We'll see where we are as the day progresses. And it looks like we're not going to get through those witnesses. I want to make sure that we give Mr. Cleveland an opportunity to be heard. So you can call your first witness.
Okay, I'll call Alan to the stand, please. Okay. Would you swear the witness in, please?
Sir, if you just stand, raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're to give this morning is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pain of perjury?
I do so, yeah.
And if you could just be seated and state your full name, spell your last name again for the record.
Alan Givetz, G-I-V-E-T-Z.
Alan, how old are you, sir?
I'm sorry,
How old are you?
I'm 35.
Are you married?
Yes, sir.
Do you have children?
Yes, sir.
Do you live in the Keene area, the Cheshire County area?
Yes.
Okay. Could you just give a brief description of your educational background, please?
High school diploma, some college education, military training, some law enforcement training through Corrections Academy, and correspondence courses and such.
And with regard to the military training, have you, what service did you provide?
Army, military police.
Okay. Did you see any action?
Yes, sir.
And what time frame?
It was between 2002 to 2004.
With regard to employment for the city of Keene, when did you start working for the city of Keene as a parking enforcement officer?
It was September of 2012, I believe.
Okay, we're in 2013 right now.
Yep.
Okay, so it was about a year ago.
Yeah, I think it was 2012, yeah.
Okay. And what hours, how many hours would you work approximately each week?
I'd work about 34 hours every week.
Okay. And what type of schedule did you have?
I worked Monday through Thursday, 9 to 5:30.
And with regard to your duties and responsibilities, what were they essentially as a parking enforcement officer?
To maintain and enforce the rules and regulations downtown as far as parking, whether it be the meters, the 2-hour parking, no parking zones, handicap spaces, things such as that.
The exhibits that we've marked, Exhibit 2 shows some photographs of various parking meters and parking angles. Exhibit 2, the very first top photograph, what does that show? What does that typically demonstrate?
That just shows double meter spaces, 1 meter in between the 2 spaces that covers both spaces. Those are angled spaces. I believe that's on Washington Street.
And is that a fair representation that there are 3 angled spaces that are approximately 30 feet apart?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And down below, where is that photograph of exhibit taken?
That's upper parking garage in City Hall.
Okay. With regard to exhibit 3, top photograph, what does that show?
That shows the parallel spaces, the 2-hour parking zones.
And the below photograph?
That shows single meter spaces, again, on beginning of Washington Street, right in front of City Hall.
And the distances that are depicted on here, 2 parallel spaces, approximately 44 feet apart, is that accurate from your point of view?
Yes, sir.
And the same thing with regard to the 1 parallel space, 22 feet apart?
Yes.
Now, in terms of your area of responsibilities, we also submitted an overview of the City of Keene area downtown parking, Exhibit 1. And you just show with your finger to the judge approximately your area of coverage as a PEO.
We covered, I believe this is Lower Main Street down by the college, and we covered all the way up on Main Street. Some of the side streets like Winter Street by the library and stuff that have meters, Railroad Street, Eagle Court. We also did cover the outside, like the other side streets and stuff for no parking in front of fire hydrants and stuff like that. We also went out to what do you call them, where the stores are and stuff, the plazas, sorry, for like handicap spaces and stuff.
Okay. And how would you get around most of the time?
Most of the time, if we were on Main Street, we walked. We also did have vehicles we used to go out to the side streets and the plazas.
Now, I also have 2 more exhibits, photograph exhibits. I'm going to ask to be marked as 4. And what does this photograph depict?
Commissioner Meyer, if you need, at any point, if you need to move to see them.
Go this way.
This is Central Square. That's the gazebo and the fountain in the middle.
Okay.
This is just
And where is City Hall, just for the court's orientation? Okay. And so where is this courtroom? I know it's not on this photograph, but just for...
It's right about here.
All right. And is this an area that you control?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that that be marked as 4, please.
Any objection?
Take the apple and get outside. Remove yourself.
Excuse me, I'm in this.
Oh, okay.
That's fine. Remove yourself.
That's what I did.
Yep, get rid of the apple or whatever you're eating.
Bagel.
Yep, when you're finished, come in.
It's a bit aggressive, but okay.
Your Honor, that was Exhibit 5. I stood correctly from the stenographer.
Exhibit 5 is a full exhibit without objection?
No objection on it.
So, are you presently employed by the city?
I am,
And in what capacity?
just for my time in this case.
Okay. Did you tender a resignation?
I did.
Why?
I tendered a resignation because I couldn't deal with the constant harassment and intimidation that started to boil over into my personal life and my time off. It was too much. Yeah, I didn't like how it was making me feel. I didn't like how it was coming about, how it continued day in and day out with no resolve, no break.
When did you resign, Alan?
I believe it was in July. It was over the summer.
July of 2013?
Yeah, it was either the end of June or the beginning of July, I'm sorry.
Now, with regard to your work from September through July, that is September 2012 through July of 2013, you said you were working 34 hours a week, Monday through Thursday, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe to the court whether, what interactions, if any, you had with the 6 defendants in this lawsuit?
I had interactions varying from just following me with the cameras, not saying anything, to the point where it got to the point where they were in my face and would not move when I asked them to. Calling me names, making remarks, attacking my veteran status, attacking my belief in God, attacking my religion, my faith. They brought up my family. It was just provocative statements just to get me to react a certain way. I had them call me a coward, a bitch, say that I was a racist. I condoned the droning of brown babies because I was a veteran.
Your Honor, again, we're just dealing with indiscriminate pay. It doesn't help in terms of attributing it to any individual.
I'll tie it together, Judge.
I agree.
I'm just doing an overview.
I understand.
And those kinds of behaviors that you've just generally described, on a Monday through Thursday basis of any given week, how often would those occur?
Daily.
I'm sorry.
Daily, every day.
And of the hours that you were out patrolling as a PEO officer, how many hours a day did you experience those kinds of problems with these defendants?
The hours varied. Sometimes it would be going on from, I would see people at 9 o'clock. Sometimes I wouldn't see them until the afternoon. The hours did vary, but it was every day.
Did you like your job, Alan?
I did up until December.
Why did you like your job?
I liked it because I got paid to see the city, to walk, to exercise. I got to interact with the good people of the city. I got to know the city a little bit better, its history. Like I said, I got to help people as far as citizens and stuff, giving them directions. And some people would ask where a good place to eat was, simple things like that. I've even jump-started people's cars, helped push them out of the street when they broke down. I generally like helping people.
Was this a job that you expected to continue in?
Yes.
And now you said that when I asked you whether you're currently employed, would you explain to the court what you mean by that? Are you actually doing parking enforcement responsibilities?
No.
Okay. Would you explain to the court what you meant by your answer that you're employed?
I'm employed by the city to just help with this case and to give my testimony to help these ladies that are going to continue the job.
In other words, you have a job now, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're taking some time off from that job,
Yes.
and your current employer is not paying you?
No.
Okay, but the city is compensating you for the hours that you're missing?
Yes.
And is that the extent of what?
Yes.
Alan, if you're not working for the city anymore as a parking enforcement officer, why are you testifying on behalf of the city?
Because I know how those individuals feel. I know what it's like to be a public servant, to have this happen to you day in and day out, to feel like there's no out, there's no way to get away from it, there's no end in sight. I don't feel that this should happen to anybody, regardless of their profession or what job they're doing. It's not right, and I feel that somebody needs to give their testimony, especially somebody that experienced it day in and day out. It's not fair for an individual, a human being, to experience what I experienced and to experience what they're experiencing.
I'd like to talk to you a little bit about, you said since December of 2012 through July of 2013, that you were experiencing what you described as a PDO. Would you tell us what conduct defendant Graham Colson directed at you?
Graham Colson directed comments. He would get in my way when I asked him to move. He'd say things like, "What are you going to do about it, boy? Boy, what are you going to do about it?" He would yell at me and say that I was upset because of my own actions. He would say that he would ask me, "What am I going to do about it? How my church buddies run him out of town with shotguns." He was the one that said, "You're a racist. You condone the droning of brown babies." He's the one that brought up my wife in conversation. He's the one that called me the bitch and the coward when I would go into the library to use the bathroom.
Is this while you were on duty?
Yes. He's the one that followed me on my day off on a Friday afternoon on Main Street.
And would you just point out to the court Graham Colson for us, please?
Graham Colson's a gentleman with the sunglasses and the fake badge.
Thank you.
Just as real as yours.
Okay, I'm just gonna say this one time, if counsel want to speak for defendants, they're able to do so. If there are further remarks from people who are not counsel or not party, or if they're represented, the lawyer can speak for them. If there are remarks from someone other than counsel, then I would have the person removed. Mr. Colson, that's the last remark unless you're testifying, understood? Thank you. Attorney Bauer.
Thank you. So with regard to Mr. Colson, you indicated he would call you various names. I think you said bitch and boy and
Coward.
Racist. And these were all while you were doing your job?
Yes.
Would tell us about your testimony about day off interactions by Mr. Colson.
I had one one-on-one interaction with Mr. Colson. It was a Friday afternoon. I was in the center of Main Street where it divides Main Street and is parking on both sides. And I was talking to a friend of mine, and Mr. Colson was standing, it must have been 2 or 3 meters away from me, watching me for about 5 to 10 minutes. And I mentioned to my friend that this was one of the gentlemen that has been following me around. And I asked him to watch when I walked away and see if that he followed me. And when I walked away, I turned up north towards Main Street, towards City Hall. I believe I crossed Church Street, and he was following me, so I threw away my coffee cup, and I decided to turn around back the other way, and I turned back around the other way, and he was following me.
Would he follow you on a regular basis? When I say he, would Mr. Colson follow you on a regular basis, Monday through Thursday?
Yes.
And how close would he get to you?
Close enough that if I turned around really quickly, we'd bump into each other.
And did you tell Mr. Colson that you wanted him to get back away from you, out of your face, as you said?
Yes.
How many times did you say that to Mr. Colson, approximately?
Throughout the day, or I told a number. It was countless how many times I told him, but throughout the day it'd probably be half a dozen times.
And what impact did that have on you, Alan, throughout the day?
Some days, some of the things that would happen, it would just be so outrageous that I would have to laugh about it, but other days I'd just be so furious that my face would be red. I'd be just wanting to get away, and I'd have to go away and take a break, either get in the car and leave, or go in City Hall or the library and use the bathroom just to get 5 to 10 minutes away from it, just as a breather.
Now, did Mr. Colson was he also joined by other of the defendants?
Yes.
By whom?
Sometimes he was joined by Kate Hager, I believe her name is. Sometimes it was Garrett Ian. Sometimes it was James Cleveland. It varied day to day who was with him. Sometimes he was by himself.
And when you say that he was joined by Kate Hager, for example, tell the court an example of those kinds of interactions with Mr. Colson and Ms. Hager.
Usually it was in the morning with Miss Hager, and it was usually she was just walking beside me. Sometimes she'd ask questions. Sometimes it appeared like she was texting or talking on her phone. I didn't see too much videotaping from her. She was actually one of the more quiet ones.
And do you say, what interactions did you see between Mr. Colson and Kate Hager?
Sometimes they'd be riding in the vehicle together, looking for us, or following us in the vehicle. Sometimes they'd be walking next to each other, talking.
And just for the record, would you point out Kate Hager for the court, please?
She's the lady between Garrett and Ian.
Thank you. How about with regard to Garrett Ian? And first, would you just point him out for the court, please?
He's a gentleman in a plaid shirt.
The green.
Yes, sir.
And what interactions did you encounter between Mr. Colson and Mr. Ian as it related to you doing your job?
Same thing. Graham would usually be walking with him or feeding meters in front of me while Garrett would be videotaping. Sometimes they'd be talking to each other on their radios if they weren't with each other at the moment during that day. And then, you know, like if I'd be walking down the street with Mr. Colson, he'd get on his radio or his phone and call somebody, and then Mr. Ian would show up, and you know, either Garrett would be filming and Mr. Colson would be feeding the meters, or vice versa.
And again, how close would Garrett Ian be to you while doing his activities?
Most of the time, Garrett would give me some space. A lot of times he'd be following so close that when I did turn around, we'd almost literally run into each other. And when I asked him to give me some space, it would be the fact that he would say something like, well, it's your fault, you changed directions. So he varied his distances. He was more sporadic than Mr. Colson would be.
Alan, why was giving you space important to you?
Well, for one, I didn't like the fact that if I did turn around, I'd be constantly afraid of walking into somebody. For two, it's just a common decency. It's somebody's personal space. Sometimes they'd be so close where I couldn't even make a phone call without them hearing what I was talking about. I mean, there was a time on Main Street where I asked Mr. Colson to give me some space where I can continue this phone call, and he wouldn't. He'd stand right there. So I'd have to end the phone call and walk away.
And how about, you also mentioned Mr. Cleveland, that he would also participate with Mr. Colson in directing conduct and activity towards you?
I didn't see Mr. Cleveland that often with Mr. Colson as much as I did Mr. Ian. For a while, Mr. Cleveland was only doing it on Saturdays towards the end of my employment there, so I didn't see him as much towards the end. But when he was around, he'd be the same thing. They'd swap turns, feed meters, or they'd both do it, or one would feed meters, one would leave their cards on the windshields. Their actions vary day to day, usually, as far as who did what.
And how about, you testified, if you remember, about a month ago with regard to some of the conduct that you experienced with Pete. There's some water there if you want to. So, Pete.
Air.
Yes. Do you remember that testimony?
Yeah. My interaction with Pete Air was limited, like I said in that testimony, and I really didn't see him too much interacting or working with the other individuals. It was more of like a one-on-one basis type interaction with this area.
And how about, did you experience any problems over the internet with any of these defendants?
Yeah, there was one post on Facebook that
On what Facebook?
I just saw it because I'm third-party friends with somebody, with one of the individuals here, and it tagged my name, it had my name in it, and that's how I read it, and it said that I apparently had a man crush on Jay Freebo, whoever that is.
You had a man crush?
Yeah, that's what the post said.
What did you understand that to mean?
That I liked that individual, I guess,
And who posted that?
Mr. Colson,
How do you know that?
because like I said, I was tagged in it, so I read it, and it also sends it to my email.
I'll just see a screenshot.
I'd like to show a videotape, and we're going to submit this as evidence, Your Honor, and I wanted to preface it by saying that this is going to be depicting Mr. Gibbets, Alan Gibbets, as well as two of the defendants, Mr. Colson and Mr. Ian, videotaping. And the purpose of this, I'm not going to ask any questions during it. The purpose of this is to try to put us in the shoes of Alan Gibbets on that particular day. Is that all right?
Mr. Meyer, have you seen this?
No, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. I haven't
You have not?
had the opportunity to see it.
Uh,
But again, the witness testified to his experience. I don't understand what the purpose of the video is. Or the relevance of it.
Objection overruled.
Thank you. So I'm not going to ask you any questions. We're going to run this, and it's going to be some time.
Well, Your Honor,
And then
I've
I'm
overruled my objection to relevance. I haven't had a chance to see it yet.
Well, could you pinpoint it a little bit more? When was this video taken?
Your Honor, I can represent that this is a video that we uncovered on YouTube. It is our belief that it was created by Garrett Ian and Graham Colson, and we believe that simply watching the video will bear that out quite clearly. But we can provide source details as to where it came from, if that would be helpful for Attorney Meyer.
I guess what I'm looking for is when is this even for any of the time frame
Oh, yes.
that's an issue in the case?
Yes, it is.
And has there been any editing done to the video?
This is an original video that was downloaded in full from YouTube.
How long?
20 minutes.
It's 20 minutes.
It's important, Judge, and I understand, I understand that 20 minutes is 20 minutes, and it's a long time. But it's the only way that I think that I can provide testimony through these people to put, frankly, you in the shoes of them in terms of what they've experienced on a week-to-week basis.
What we're going to do is we're going to watch it, and then if you want to make any objections to it after we've seen it, any evidentiary objections, I'll deal with them at that point. But
Thank
we'll
you.
watch the video now. Attorney Meyer, if you can't see it, if you need to move or position yourself.
Thank you.
Okay.
Guy that approached us thought the same thing. He just made you jump.
He didn't make me, I chose to.
Right here, buddy. Are you still looking for it? I think so. I don't know. I've never eaten in there myself. I know it's like a family thing. Oh. Yeah. No, they might be open. Why do you film the public without their permission?
I didn't film that guy.
He was right in the frame of me.
No, he wasn't actually.
Yeah, are you supposed to film the public without their permission?
I'm actually very vigilant.
Okay, that's weird.
There's no law against it, but I'm generally pretty vigilant about not getting people in the frame that don't want to be. That was all you.
Police used to like to put everything under the wiretapping statute.
I don't know. I was asking.
Yeah, the wiretapping statute is 644B, and it makes it a felony to record someone in an instance in which they have an expectation of privacy, which in public one does not. But over telephone lines or
That's a whole different ballgame.
residents or whatnot.
Oh, sorry about that, man.
What are you doing? You're running into people.
No, I'm not.
You're gonna be obnoxious. Watch where you go. That lady is walking.
Actually, she did kind of walk into me, but it was sort of the same thing you did earlier, where you stepped to the side.
You drawing now? No, that couldn't have been you. You can't spell it.
You know I won the school spelling bee in 6th grade, right?
What's that got to do with anything?
It doesn't, but just throwing that out there.
Do you mind? Go that way.
Sure.
This is what I'm doing is none of your business right here.
Okay. Oh, that's, yeah, if you're texting, I'm sorry about that. I have no interest in seeing what you're texting to anyone. I can edit that out if you don't want to be on camera.
Okay.
Have a better night, guys. I'm still here.
So are we.
Okay, you wanna get that one? Paparazzi? Yeah, you want my autograph? I'm famous.
I love how you think he's my boss, or that I take orders from anyone ever.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Your excuse.
Careful.
people hate what we're doing. Getting tired?
Oh no, I can go another 2 hours.
Yeah, it's like right across the street. I don't mind walking slow, this is a good break. I love how you think you're calling the shots when you tell me to do something that I was going to do anyways.
This is like 459.
dogs having sex. Damn. Pretty sure it's that time. Hey, John. Peace.
Mr. Gibbons, was that you on the film?
Yes,
Who was filming that?
that was Mr. Colson.
Who was the individual in front of you a lot of the times?
That was Mr. Ian.
In what time frame was that taken?
Obviously, it was winter time. There's snowbanks on the ground, the leaves on the trees.
For the record, it was at least uploaded March 5th, 2013. We saw a number of things on that. Is that a fair and accurate description of one particular incident with you?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, while I was watching the video, it's been a few months since I've done this, obviously, and, you know, I can remember saying, obviously, that when they were so close to me, when I'd turn around, I'd almost walk into them, but I honestly, sitting here, forgot how close they were to me. Just right in my face with the video and everything, and it kind of made me feel like I did that day.
How's that?
Just honestly ticked off and just wanting some space.
Before we go any further, Attorney Meyer, I want to give you an opportunity. You want to address the admissibility of this videotape. Do you want to make further argument on that?
Again, the objection is based on relevance.
The objection is overruled.
Thank you. I'd like to mark that as a full exhibit, and I'll get those to you. I have 2 more videotapes.
Again, the objection is preserved to the admissibility. The subject to that objection, which I've overruled, the videotape is submitted as a full exhibit.
Thank you. So, Alan, how often would something like that happen to you?
It was daily.
Well, you know, it's something like, I don't know, is that referring to videoing or referring to, what is that referring to?
I'll withdraw the question. Alan, how long would activities by Mr. Ian and Mr. Colson and other defendants, how often would you endure what we've just seen on the videotape on a weekly basis?
Like I said, it would happen daily. The length of time throughout that day would vary, depending on a lot of things, the weather, depending on, according to them, who was available at the time. Sometimes they'd tell me, oh, well, I'm the only one available today, so that's why I don't have one person on me. Sometimes there'd be a lot more people available, so I'd have 2 or more. So the length of time throughout each given day varied. Sometimes it would start from 9:30 when the time I took the streets or until the time I left. Sometimes it would happen for a couple hours in the morning. Sometimes it would happen for a couple hours in the afternoon. So, but it was a daily occurrence that somebody was with me at some point in the day.
And we saw the closeness or the proximity of both Mr. Colson and Mr. Ian to you on a couple of occasions in that film. Does that fairly and accurately describe the proximity that they would walk towards you?
Yes.
There was also some indication of some bumping going on, crowding. Was that also a fair representation of what would happen to you on a regular basis?
Mostly Mr. Colson's, not as much with Mr. Ian, to be honest with you. Sometimes he'd be at a greater distance, maybe a meter or two ahead of me.
How long did you serve in the military?
I served 8 years.
And how many tours of duty?
Objection relevance.
How is this relevant?
I'm going to ask, the offer of proof is that this man's been through a lot in terms of his military service. And weighing that with regard to what's going on here, he made certain determinations as to his job, the impact on him.
I don't understand what the military service, how that relates to his pertinent side of this case. Unless there's a different standard for someone who's in the military versus someone who doesn't have military service.
I understand the point. You've already had kind of testified as to the reasons why he left the position. I tell you the relevance of it as well. The objection sustained.
Describe for the court, if you would, what statements, if any, the defendants made to you with regard to quitting your job.
Now again, the question we asked in terms of designating each particular defendant.
And I think his practice, Attorney Bauer, I don't mind it being asked in a general way, but frankly, ultimately, it's only going to be useful to me if you can tie it to a specific individual. So again, I'm allowing the question, but I'm signaling that ultimately a statement like the defendants did X is not helpful unless it's tied to a specific individual.
And I will. So, Mr. Gibbons, describe for the court what statements, if any, were made by the defendants to you about quitting your job.
I would get statements from pretty much, it was Mr. Colson, Mr. Ian, and Mr. Cleveland. And they varied from, we can help you find a different job. We can help you find a real job that doesn't hurt people, that doesn't steal from people, that doesn't take their cars away, that doesn't hold them at ransom or condone violence. I would get comments from, Mr. Colson all the time, why don't you just quit? We're going to keep doing this. We're not going to stop. You should just quit, find another job. We can help you find another job. Mr. Cleveland would say the same thing when he was out with me. We can help you find another job. Why don't you find an honest job? Mr. Ian would say the same things. Why don't you find a different job? We can help you find another job. We can help the others find another job if they want. It was really those three that would say those things to me.
And again, on a weekly basis, how many times per week would those kinds of comments about quitting your job, finding another job, would be hurled at you?
Honestly, it all seemed to be what the topic of the day was for them. Sometimes that would be the topic of the day. Other times it would be to attack me personally, to try to get me to react a certain way. Sometimes it would be reference to my job. It would be all about the job that day. It would happen probably 2 or 3 times a week, depending on who was with me.
Your Honor, I've provided Attorney Meyer. I'm going to be moving that we submit. Oh yes, you have it to yourself.
I'm guessing this is the binder with the photographs. that were submitted last time. I don't know if they were ever marked.
I don't think they were, Your Honor. That's why I'm moving right now.
Any objection?
Would you mind? No, I don't object to them being marked for ID. There's description here, and I don't know who that description comes from. It hasn't been identified or verified.
So the
Somebody-
specific
somebody-
objection is to the description that's contained next to the photographs?
Right, and
Or
some
above
of
the
these,
photographs?
well, and some of these, I mean, this witness can testify to those pictures presumably which he's included. But the majority of these pictures do not relate to him.
And we, if I may respond, we'll have testimony from another PEO. We've had previous testimony from Linda from the first day as to several of these photographs. So at the end of all three PEO's testimony, I'll move for full exhibit.
It can be marked for ID right now, once that's happened. Again, we can deal with the description language, which is a separate matter, but the photographs themselves, it's ID right now, and we can deal with whether it's a full exhibit at the end of the testimony.
Thank you, Ron. So I'd like you to turn to page 4, exhibits. And would you describe what that photograph depicts, please?
This is a photograph of me and Mr. Garrett Ian. We're standing, I believe we're at the crosswalk that's going to cross West Street going south on Main Street.
That was during your working hours as a PEO.
Yes, sir.
Does this fairly and accurately describe how close Mr. Ian was to you?
Yes.
And I've just been reminded to authenticate the description. It says that the Garrett Ian standing directly next to you in a crosswalk. That's an accurate description, isn't it?
Yes.
Take a look at photograph 5, if you would, please. What does that show?
That's an extreme close-up of me.
And who was taking that photograph?
That was Mr. Colson that day.
How about with regard to photograph 6?
That's another picture of me. I believe that's Mr. Colson, but I honestly can't remember. That looks like it's in the parking garage, Wells Lower, I believe.
Is he standing almost next to you when that photograph is taken?
Yeah, the only thing really between us is that meter, as you can see.
Take a look at photograph 8, please. What does that show?
That shows Mr. Coleman and Dave Berman walking behind me.
And what are those things that they have in their hands?
They appear to be camera phones.
Take a look at number 17. Now, you're not in that photograph, are you?
No, sir.
But who is depicted in that photograph?
That's Jane.
That's Jane. And how about any of the defendants?
It looks like James Cleveland to the left.
With the to the very left?
Yeah, he's got a blue hat on and a gray coat.
Now, there are 3 individuals surrounding PEO Jane McDermott there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you have occasion to be surrounded by 2, 3, and more of these defendants at any given time?
Yeah.
And does that photograph fairly accurate and fairly describe how these defendants would follow you around?
Yeah, except for the fact that not only would they be directly behind us, but at a time when a large group like that, they'd be all the way around us, 360 degrees.
Should give it to described earlier for the court some of the impact that you experienced as a result of the conduct that you described in terms of being flush. Did you have any physical symptoms or symptomology?
No objection. In terms of physical symptoms, there has to be some medical testimony to verify the causal connection. And then refer the court to state report.
I'm not asking for a medical diagnosis. I'm asking for this gentleman's description of whatever physical impact that he experienced.
No, my objection is not to the question of a medical diagnosis. My objection is to the fact the Supreme Court has said that if you're going to attribute physical symptoms to an emotional trauma or other event, you can have expert medical testimony drawing the connection. It's not good enough for a layperson to say, well, I was upset and I had a headache, and the headache was caused by so-and-so.
Just as by way of offer of proof, what's the response going to be?
That the testimony would be is that he experienced redness in the face, that he had heart palpitations when encountering this conduct by the defendants, that he became angry and anxious, and these are symptoms that he did not experience on any other occasions dealing with the public.
No, I don't object to him saying that he felt anxious or angry, which he's already said. The layperson can testify to that. But in terms of whether his heart palpitations, as he describes them, were caused by this scenario or some other physical or medical condition, is not something that he's confident in testifying to.
I agree. I'm going to allow the testimony with the objection sustained insofar as the objection is made.
From your point of view, Alan, what problems did you experience with the conduct that was?
Wait, an objection is simply leading, more general question leading to the same answer.
But I think that, as I understand, if there is testimony that goes beyond what I've deemed admissible, it'll be stricken.
What problems did you experience by the conduct that was directed at you from encounters?
I felt, because of the constant basis that it was happening, I felt an anger that I had never felt before, and it was on a consistent basis, and it was to the point where I knew that if either the action stopped by the individuals or if I didn't leave, I was afraid that something was going to happen. I was either going to do something stupid or irrational and get myself fired or worse, or something physically more could have happened to me. That's all I can understand. It was just an outrageous anger that I had never felt before. And like I said, I spent countless years in the military and in corrections, and I've had people in my face and aggravating me, and it would be for a moment and they would go away. This was on a constant, consistent basis, and it made me so angry to the point where I knew that, like I said, either the action stopped or I had to leave for my own good.
And what about the proximity or the closeness to you? Did that exacerbate your problems?
Absolutely, because it felt like I was backed into a corner sometimes when somebody was this close to my face and they were saying comments to me like, "What are you gonna do about it, boy?" And calling me the names like the bitch and the coward. That was provoking and backing me into a corner.
Now I'm going to show you an affidavit that's part of the record. It's exhibit attachment B to the petition that's part of the court record. This was signed by you under oath, wasn't it, in April of 2013?
Yes, it was.
And I'd like to direct your attention. I'm sorry. Your Honor, would you like a copy here?
I'm just pulling it out.
Might be easier if I just gave you a freestanding copy.
Thank you.
Paragraphs 4 and 5. Well, first of all, let me ask you, is this affidavit that you swore to true and accurate?
Yes.
With regard to paragraphs 4 and 5, since December of 2012, from your point of view, have you been harassed by the defendants?
Yes.
Paragraph 18. It indicated back in April of 2013 that you had been considering quitting your job and that you had expressed that to the supervisors at the city. Is that true?
Yes.
It also says that you didn't want to quit your job as a PEO. Is that also accurate, sir?
Yes.
And so what led to the resignation? Why did you quit your job?
It just, I didn't feel like there was an end in sight. I didn't feel that these individuals would stop regardless. I didn't feel that any positive result would happen in our favor. I just didn't honestly see the light at the end of the tunnel. And it just, like I said, it got to the point where it crossed over into my personal life, and I knew that was a line I didn't want to deal with, because when it crosses over into my personal life and my family, I get defensive of my family. And I didn't want to put myself into that, or my family into that situation anymore.
If there were an injunction issued by the court keeping these folks 30 feet back from you when you were working, would it have made a difference to you?
I think it probably would have. It would have allowed me the freedom to walk without having to have interactions, like I said before, where people would not get out of my way and count me and ask me what I was going to do about it. It would have gave me the space where I didn't have to hear the constant comments in my ear all the time. It would at least be from a distance.
I don't have any further questions on direct. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Your Honor.
Morning, sir. My name is John Meyer.
Morning.
All right, so are you, aside from your testimony here, are you currently employed?
Where?
Are you currently employed?
With the city?
No, I'm sorry. Do you have any current employment aside from being paid to testify here?
Yeah. Yes.
All right. Who is your current employer?
Why is that relevant?
No, that's, sir, your job as a witness is to
Because you
answer
have to,
the question.
I understand if you have, can you just identify the employer? It's a pertinent question, and you have to answer the question.
I'm employed by Apria Healthcare.
What's the name of the place?
Apria Healthcare.
How do you spell the first name?
APRIA.
And what is your position?
I'm a delivery technician.
What do you do?
I deliver oxygen and home care equipment to people in need.
Is that a full-time or part-time job?
It's a part-time job with the possibility of full-time hours. It's It's not like it's cut off at a part-time hour job.
How much are you paid?
I'm paid $15 an hour.
You enjoy your job?
I do.
When did you begin work?
I began work the next week after I left employment with the city.
How many hours a week do you currently work?
It varies. It varies from 32 to 40 plus hours, depending on the jobs.
Do you see this job as being a career opportunity?
I don't know. I mean, it could be.
And where is it located?
It's located in Keene.
Now, in terms of your position as a parking enforcement officer, what was your last employment prior to that?
I'm sorry, what was my last
When
name?
was your last employment prior to that? Prior to going to work for the city?
I worked in corrections.
What was your position in corrections?
I was the booking supervisor on third shift.
And when did you leave that position?
I believe I left that in, it was either the end of August or the beginning of September of 2012. I'm not sure the exact day, I'm sorry.
Why did you leave?
I left it for normal hours for my wife and my family and I, because I was working 11 to 7, and I wanted a normal schedule for my family and I.
And you began work in the city in December, is that correct?
I began working for the city in September.
September?
Yes, sir.
And what was your rate of pay with the city?
$16.62 an hour.
And in the context of your employment with the city, did you have an employment contract?
Yes, I signed a contract with them.
And did that contract have any term of employment?
Yes, it did.
What was the term?
It had a number of terms, I can't.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, you mean for the length of time?
Yes.
Oh, I don't believe so, no, I'm sorry.
So your understanding that in terms of your employment with the city, that you were employed as well,
Mm-hmm.
is that a yes?
Yes,
Meaning that you could choose to resign at any time you wanted?
yes,
Meaning also that you could be fired at any time the city wanted to fire or terminate your employment, correct?
yes.
Do you view the parking enforcement officer position as a career opportunity?
I viewed it as a job that at the moment provided a great opportunity for my wife and my family and I to have a normal schedule for once. I viewed it as a job that I was going to do my best at, and where it led to after that, I was going to go with it if the opportunity was right for myself.
Yeah, but when you say led to after that, am I correct in concluding that your intention was to either with the city of Keene or with some other employer move on to some other position?
I had no intention at that moment. I had worked less than a year.
It was not, I'm not asking that, it was not your intention when you took that position to stay as a parking enforcement officer for the next 20 years, correct?
I honestly, sir, I don't know.
So you had no career plans at that point?
No, I was just happy to have a normal schedule after 8 years.
Sir, are you familiar with the ordinances of the city of Keene?
As far as which ones, sir? All of them?
Yes.
No, I hadn't worked there long enough. I wasn't familiar with all of them.
You're familiar with the ordinances involving parking?
Yes,
And you also mentioned you had some law enforcement background,
yes.
and What was that, what in particular was that law enforcement background?
I was a military police officer for 8 years, and I also worked in corrections for 8 years.
And what education did you have in terms of law enforcement?
I had the military police academy, I had the corrections academy, I had, like I said earlier, I had various correspondence courses. We had in-service training.
Now, sir, you are familiar that there are criminal laws and ordinances that govern the conduct of people in public?
I'm familiar, I'm not sure exactly what they are, no.
You're not familiar what they are?
No.
Did you ever, in the course of your experience with the Department Enforcement Officer, ever have any contact with the Keene Police Department about what you believe to be violations of ordinances or criminal statutes?
Only if it pertained to me, I would ask them questions about what individuals were allowed to say and do to us.
Who did you speak to about that?
I spoke to a number of different officers. Sometimes it would be the captains. It depends who I saw when I walked through the halls that day.
So you raised questions with the captains as to whether or not your rights were being violated?
Yes.
And did you ever ask anybody in law enforcement to initiate any charges against any defendants?
I did not. I asked their advice on what I should do.
And their advice was not to proceed with the initiation of charges?
Their advice was, honestly, at the time, was to ignore it and that it would go away.
Well, to your knowledge, was any criminal statute violated by any defendants?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for a conclusion that this individual doesn't have the background to arrest.
Well, I think there's been some testimony about law enforcement background, and we'll allow it to cross-examination.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Yes, to your knowledge, were any criminal laws violated by any of the defendants?
To my knowledge, limited, although I was in law enforcement, I didn't study the law, yes, I believe there was, and that's why I posed these questions.
And were you told, though, that, did you ever ask the charges be brought?
I simply asked for what we're asking for today, for some space.
Was it invested, well, were you ever asked whether you had a legal right to that space?
By who?
Did you ask, you said you spoke to a number of law enforcement officers about this.
Mhm.
You asked whether you were legally entitled to this space?
Of course. And
What
asked them.
what was the response?
They said that, honestly, I continued to get the same answers of just ignore it and they would go away.
So they were saying, no, you were not?
I didn't say they said that.
So you never got an answer at all?
I honestly, sir, got the same answers, that it was just ignore it and they would go away.
But my question to you was whether you ever advised that people being in your space, as you described it, was a violation of any criminal law or any ordinance, city ordinance.
Objection, ask and answer.
He has me to answer the question.
Overruled.
I answered it the best I possibly can. That was the response I got when I asked the questions.
So you were never told, you never got an affirmative answer to your rights in terms of violation of criminal law or criminal statutes had been violated?
I never got a definitive answer.
Affirmative answer.
Affirmative answer.
You describe yourself as being furious. Is that a fair summary of your emotional state?
That's a fair summary, sir.
Okay. Did you ever do anything or say anything vis-a-vis any of the defendants in acting upon your anger?
Yeah, I did, unfortunately, and that's why I left the job.
Can you describe some of the things that you said to the defendants in anger?
I told Mr. Colson on my day off if it didn't stop falling, sorry, that I was gonna knock him out.
You were going to knock them out.
Mm-hmm.
Can you recall anything else you said to any of the defendants in anger?
In anger? I can't.
Do you recall, you described the defendants as arguing with you about the value of your position in controversy was quit. Did you engage in arguments with defendants on that subject matter?
As far as my employment,
Yes. Did you ever argue with them about your employment?
I told them that I enjoyed my employment until they showed up.
Did you say anything else?
As far as what?
Did you engage in any arguments with them? You described the things they said to you. I want to understand the things you said to them.
I tried not to engage in any arguments with them. I tried to ignore them.
Putting aside what you tried to do, I'm asking you what you actually did. Did
I-
you engage in arguments with them?
I don't remember.
Were you verbally abusive to them?
Other than the fact of yelling and telling them to get out of my face, no.
Now, you had indicated that you had identified a internet posting
Mhm.
from Graham Colson. Is that correct?
Yes.
First of all, aside from that one internet posting, did you identify any other internet postings about yourself
From me or from other individuals?
from any of the defendants?
I don't remember seeing anything. Not that included me directly.
So there was this one internet posting,
Mhm.
and again, please say yes.
Yes.
for the record.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
How did you locate that internet posting?
Like I said, I guess it's called, I'm a little bit older, but I guess it's called tagging. So my name came up, and because we're third-party friends with somebody else, I saw it, and that's how I saw it.
Say third-party, it came up on somebody else's Facebook page? or what?
I think because, I'm not sure exactly how it works, but I think because we were friends with somebody else, like, but we weren't friends together, but had a mutual friend, I should say, that I saw it because of that mutual friend.
We're at a logical break, we're going to take a short recess. Whenever,
I'm happy to do it right now.
take a 10-minute recess.
All rise.
Sir, did you ever seek to get a temporary restraining order?
I did not personally, I believe the city did, I'm not positive.
The city, well, you say, tell me what the basis for your belief is.
There was something about Mr. Colson not being allowed in Central Square, and I believe that one day when I walked through Central Square, he followed me, and I let the police department know, and I believe that a temporary restraining order came out from that while that case was ongoing.
What you said, you believe there was a temporary restraining order?
Yes, I'm not sure, you'd have to ask the city.
Now, you reported Mr. Colson to the police department, is that correct?
I did,
For doing what?
for following me through Central Square.
And what was the significance of Central Square?
I had heard that he had a restraining order, or I forget what the exact term is. I believe it's a restraining order from Central Square.
And who was it who told you he had a restraining order from Central Square?
I don't remember the law enforcement officer's name, sir.
Sir, may I approach the witness now?
Oh, absolutely.
Sir, I'm going to show you photograph number 8, which was you were previously asked about by Attorney Fowler. And I guess you were asked about this as an example of being closely followed. Now, first of all, the source says Travis Hobbs attached to Robin Williams. Is Travis Hobbs pictured in this photograph?
I don't know. I only know the two individuals to the left and right of me.
Okay, well, who is the individual to the right of you?
If I'm looking at it, like, with the hat on, sir, or?
Correct.
That's Mr. Colson.
Okay. Now, who's the individual on the left?
That's Dave Berman.
Okay. Now, is Mr. Berman a member of the Robin Hood group?
I don't believe so.
Well, so his participation has nothing to do with any complaint, or at least he was not protesting against parking, of course.
No, sir.
Okay. Who's Mr. Berman?
He's a pastor in a local church.
And is it fair to say that he's the pastor in the church you belong to?
Mm-hmm.
Again,
Yes,
please
sorry,
say yes,
sorry,
yes
yes.
for the record. And in fact, Mr. Berman appears from this photograph was walking close behind you with a video camera, is that correct?
Yes.
And this is on the same day as the film that you watched earlier?
I'm not sure if that was the same day. It looks around the same time frame, looking at the trees and the snowbanks.
In fact, Mr. Berman was verbally abusive certainly to the Robin Hooders, to Mr. Colson.
I don't believe he was, no.
He was in Mr. Colson's face.
Doesn't appear to be right there.
Well, you were there that day.
Sir, I was walking away from them. They were behind me.
This is not just one incident. During that day, you saw Mr. Berman, the pastor of your church, confront Mr. Colson, correct?
I heard it from behind me, sir.
What did you hear?
I heard him say, "Why are you doing this to people? Why are you acting like an idiot?"
What else did you hear him say?
That's what I remember hearing him say.
Well, I'm going to show you a video and see if that refreshes your recollection. Your Honor, can I have Mr. Cleveland approach so that he can use his video on his laptop?
Absolutely. And Attorney Bauer, if you need to position yourself to see the
Yeah,
video.
my only objection is they're asking to use our projector.
No, I'm not. We're doing strictly from the laptop.
Okay.
And that was my assumption as well. I just want to make sure that Attorney Bauer, if you need to see the video, just position yourself wherever you need to.
We're going to take it up to the witness, are we?
Yes. Mr. Cleveland, you can certainly approach. We're running into the limits of the space in this courtroom.
I understand. I'd like to make sure that both, the witness can see it and also that the court's able to see it.
Yes, I'm happy to stand and position myself.
Can I come up around here?
Yeah, just, again, wherever we all need to be, I think it's important that both the witness, plaintiff's counsel, and the court can see it as well. Attorney Meyer, I don't know if you need to, you can certainly move around.
Could we just have a representation as to who's doing this, just like you asked us?
Absolutely.
You want me to break
Yeah,
down?
please.
Okay, so this is March 5th. This is the same day as the earlier video. And Greg Colson is shooting this video with the same camera.
In March 5th of 2013, Mr. Cooper?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Robin, what's up, man?
Oh, Jim, I was doing the same.
Pretty good. You guys still cool with your cameras?
Do you?
I got a camera too, man.
Here's our card.
Why as cool as you are?
You like a card?
You guys got jobs? Just curious.
Yeah.
You know, Dan, so you have the right to remain silent. I'm just asking. You guys have jobs?
I do.
Yeah, where do you work?
I'm doing this.
This is your job?
Work.
Yeah. Great. How's that work?
You want to see like a
I don't want your card. Just want pictures of you. Cool. Right on.
How do you get your name? My name is Garrett Ian. I blog at freekey.com.
That's cool.
What's your name?
Actually, no, I don't have to give one. Oh, you believe in the Constitution, don't you?
Not really, no. The Constitution has either authorized such a government as we have or has been powerless to prevent it.
So
In
you're
your case, it is unfit to exist.
So you're an anarchist, are you?
Could
Anarchist?
you do that?
Yeah.
More or less.
Yeah.
What do you think about government? Do you think it's necessary to force people to do things that they don't necessarily want to do? Do you think people should have the right to opt out of coercive government?
I'm actually very much anti-big government, but I think you guys are a couple of knuckleheads.
Okay. You don't believe that?
Yeah.
I don't think name calling is really necessary, but
You
it's
don't believe
okay.
free speech?
Oh, I absolutely do. I just don't think name calling is necessary.
I don't care if you're not. You're an idiot. Okay, cool. You have every right to say that, but it's still completely unnecessary. You're an idiot. Oh. And the way you treat people shows me you're an idiot. Interesting. You can put this online, I don't care. Anybody would think you're an idiot. Okay. The way you treat people. Well, we'll end up online. Following it. Well, that's fine. Following people around like you do. Well, you're actually following me around. Yeah, I'm following you around right now to let you know how it feels. You like it? I don't really mind. You don't care? I don't know. Good footage. Good footage because you're a knucklehead. And you like to hassle people. Well, you don't like when people hassle you, do you? I don't really mind it. You don't mind it? This? Here, I got you on tape. Cool. Here. Following people around and hassling, that's what you're doing. Okay. Yeah. What are you on, government assistance? No. Oh, you on unemployment? Yep. No? How do you make a living? I get by. You get by when you rip people off? No. No? You beg for something? What do you do? Huh? How do you make it? I don't think it's any of your business, honestly. Why not? You got time to run around and chase everybody all day. Cool. Huh? That's really interesting. Don't you? That's interesting? I'll tell you what's interesting. You're a jerk. Cool. Got it? Here. All right. That's not how you treat people, my friend. Well, it's a little your own medicine. Little your own medicine. Well, that's interesting, but it really doesn't bother me. I do think name calling's pretty childish, though. Well, I don't care what you think. You have every right to say. I have no respect for you. Cool. Well, I don't have much respect for people who resort to name calling, but I don't respect their own that. I don't respect people who hassle people who are doing their job either. Well, I'm doing my job right now, and you're not doing your job, but you're not doing your job. I don't really mind it. It's okay. So, what's your name? None of your business what my name is. Oh, okay. Well, you have the right to not tell me your name. Yeah, I have every right not to tell you. Absolutely, I agree. So can I ask what you're doing with this video? None of your business. I'm on a public street. Isn't that what you always say? Cool. Right? Doesn't bother me any. Then why do you keep asking if it doesn't bother you any? I'm just curious. Go. Another couple right here. Another right there. That's my camera. This is a Canon Vixia HFR21. It's a camera. That's it's a high definition. I really enjoy it. It has 2 SD slots, which means that you can have 32 gigs SD. That's a funny question. Is that the first question you usually pose to people? That's the first question I pose to people. Do you have jobs? Basically, give them a hard time. That's cool. Follow people around and doing their job. Okay, well, maybe I'm doing my job. You're not doing your job. You're hassling people. No, I'd say we're very respectful of how this is the right thing to do. Sure, you're entitled to think that. That's what's great about freedom. Everybody can do whatever they want. Right, so I'm right here to do my free thing too. Come on, you're on camera. It's fine, you're on camera. I don't have property license, right? Yeah, but that's fine, you're on camera. Alright? Here you go. Very good. Have a good day, sir.
All set?
So that was Mr. Berman, is that correct?
Yes.
And it's Pastor Richard.
Yes.
And the person we were speaking to on panel was Mr. Colson.
I believe so.
And how far away was Mr. Berman from Mr. Colson when he was taking that videotape, if you know?
The only, as you can see in that video, the only time I saw them was when they were in front of me when we were stopped at the stoplight.
So you didn't see Mr. Berman?
I was walking away from them. He was talking to them and I was trying to get out of there.
Did you ask Mr. Berman to desist?
Did I ask him? No.
Did you at any point complain about his conduct to the police department?
No.
Did you think his conduct was appropriate?
Yes.
You thought what he did on that day was appropriate?
Yes, because he stood up for somebody when nobody else would up until that point.
So, when you're engaging in that conduct, when you're shoving a camera in somebody's face, when you're insulting them, when you're attempting to provoke them to fight, that is appropriate conduct. When it was, no, let me finish the question. When it's intended to stand up for somebody, but it's not appropriate conduct when you don't agree with the cause the person's advocating. Is that correct?
Objection, form, content, as well as relevance. This gentleman wasn't doing any of those things.
It was compound questions, the objection form is sustained.
Thank you, Your Honor. If the defendants had engaged in the same conduct that Mr. Berman engaged in on that day, would that have been appropriate conduct, in your opinion?
If that was one incident like that was, and then it didn't happen again, I've dealt with incidents like that before.
I didn't
from
ask
other
you if you dealt
individuals.
with it.
Excuse me, he's answering the question. Give him space to answer the question, please. Objection.
Well, we have him finish his answer, and then if you want to ask a follow-up question, sir, you can finish your response.
Like I said, I've dealt with incidents like that before where it was a one-time thing and people walk away and they leave like Mr. Berman did. And so yes, I felt that was appropriate. He stood up for somebody when he thought that they were being wronged and he walked away.
In your opinion, was Mr. Berman trying to provoke a fight?
No, he was not trying to provoke a
Not
fight.
trying to provoke a fight?
No,
Was he being verbally abusive?
I don't believe he was.
Was he engaging in taunting behavior?
I don't believe he was.
Was he too close to Mr. Olson?
According to that video, sometimes, yes, he was.
Was his use of the video camera intimidating?
I don't believe he was.
Thank you, I've got no further questions.
Further questions?
Mr. Berman, did you ask him to do any of those things?
I did not.
And when you say that he stuck up for somebody, what did you mean by that?
He gave an example of what it felt like to be in that situation all the time. That was like, what, a 2-minute example, a 2-minute experience? That's what we experience every day. Almost sometimes for almost our whole shift. Not just one incident, not just somebody being upset about a parking ticket and walking away and that was it. This was a constant day-to-day basis. And it wasn't name calling such as idiot or knucklehead. It was name calling that attacked you personally, that attacked your family. This was just a small example of what it felt like to be in those shoes every day.
So from your perspective, what was Mr. Berman doing?
Like I said, he was giving an example of what it felt like to be on the other end of that camera every day, day in and day out.
And how about if Mr. Berman did to you every day what we saw on that videotape with regard to Mr. Colson and Mr. Ian? Would you consider that taunting and harassment and frustrating?
Yeah, absolutely. Every day, absolutely. If it wasn't an example, if it wasn't trying to prove a point, trying to get people to realize what was going on, what they were doing to people, day in and day out, absolutely.
And this was in, March of 2013?
I believe so. I believe it was March 5th, as the video said.
And you were being told by police officers, ignore it, it'll go away?
Yes,
And did you try to ignore it?
I did on multiple occasions.
And did it ever go away?
It never did, sir.
You signed an affidavit in April of 2013, which is the basis for this injunctive relief?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Sir, did you ever engage in using video camera yourself while you were on duty?
I believe I did once when I first met Garrett Ian, and I thought that it would deter him from videotaping me, and I realized that it didn't, so I didn't do it ever again.
And how did you use it?
I used it just I sometimes used it like over my shoulder like this because he was walking behind me, and sometimes in front of me like this if he was in front of me, from what I recall. Like I said, that was, I believe, in December.
So you filmed him during the course of your shift for the purpose of making a point?
I honestly thought it would deter him from filming me. That was my point.
And Mr. Berman was using his video camera to make a point?
I believe so. You'd have to ask Mr. Berman.
Defendants were using their video camera to make a point?
I'm not sure. You'd have to ask them.
I will, thank you, Your Honor.
One last thing, and that is what we saw with regard to Mr. Berman. Mr. Berman is a private citizen, isn't he?
Yes.
And did you see other private citizens in the city of Keene interact with each of these 6 defendants on occasion?
Not each of them, but some of them.
Well, tell me who you saw.
I remember one time.
Your Honor, this objection beyond the scope of cross-examination.
It is beyond. How is this to the subject of the recross-examination? We're on round 3 now. This is, and I don't know. We're going back into area that relates to broader involvement with other members of the public.
Well, it just came up that Mr. Berman was using a video camera and interfacing with some of the defendants here. I just want a couple of questions with regard to whether this gentleman has seen similar encounters by private citizens to stand up for Mr. Gibbs.
Your Honor, Mr. Bowers already had a cross or redirect on this.
I agree. If there's the objection sustained, if there's something that relates to the recross, we have a number of witnesses. This is day 2 of a preliminary injunction hearing. We're going to move this along. We can sit down.
Thank you.
I'd like to call Jane McDermott. Your Honor, if you wouldn't mind swearing her in.
Mr. Chairman, if you remain standing, you raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you give this morning is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under the pain and penalty of perjury. And you can be seated. If you could state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
It's Jane McDermott, McDermott.
Morning, Jane. You're a parking enforcement officer with the city, correct?
Correct.
And how long have you had that job?
1 year.
Approximately when did you take the job? Do you recall?
It was September of 2012.
Okay, so you're coming up on your 1-year anniversary now.
I had it, yep.
You've heard some testimony about what you do as a parking enforcement officer. Would you mind putting in your own words what it is that you do?
Monitor the streets for parking violations, answer questions from people on the street, give directions. People sometimes ask me if I've lived here all my life and if I know a good place to eat and things like that.
On that point, are you from Keene?
Yes.
Did you grow up here?
Yes.
And what's your educational background?
I have some college. I received a certificate for office work at New Hampshire Vocational. Graduated from high school.
And Jane, how old are you?
51.
And what were you doing before you took this job?
I worked in human services, basically focusing on drug and alcohol addiction.
What are your hours when you were hired? What were your hours?
9 to 5:30.
And what days did you work?
I worked Wednesday through Saturday.
Are you a part-time employee or a full-time?
Yes,
employee?
part-time.
Have you encountered the defendants in this lawsuit while you were doing your job?
Yes.
And who have you encountered? Can you identify each one?
Let's see, there's Garrett Ian, Graham Colson, Ian Freeman, James Cleveland.
Have you ever encountered Peter Ayer when you were doing your job?
I didn't remember, but I found in my logs that I had had one brief encounter with him, but he wasn't wrong-footing. I don't know if you want me to refer to that.
Why don't we, Your Honor, if I may at this time, I'd like to show a brief video.
And I was going to say, then I found out that there was a video in it.
It's not as, I'll represent, it's not as long as the videos that we've watched so far. I'd like to play it, and then the witness can talk about what she sees in the video.
Again, and if defense counsel wants to object on an evidentiary basis after the video, then we can deal with the objection.
All right, we're going to watch this, and I'll stop it at some point, and then I'll ask you some questions.
Well, I asked the guy last time I was here about it. He said government vehicles get an exemption. Flashing red. How's it going, man?
Just kind of wondered why you give other people ransom notes, but you don't have to abide by the same rules that you say they do.
A city worker, this is city vehicle.
What does that mean? Does that mean you have extra rights? So, but your actions have shown otherwise. What'd you say? Your actions show otherwise than what you just stated?
No.
How come?
And I'm not going to stand here and have a conversation.
Well, I wish you would, because unthinkingly acting sometimes hurts other people. Just like people can use that money that's now said owed to better provide for their family or to invest in their own education. But now, for whatever reason, it's supposedly owed to some people that they've never hurt, yet you don't abide by those same rules you claim to uphold. How does that make sense?
You think it would be better if there was a separate spot that didn't have a meter? That way it's not just very hypocritical? Because if there was a separate spot, it would be like it's designated for that vehicle, but...
Transparency's good, right? If you have nothing to hide. I hope you'll think about your actions. Think about how you get paid. Money taken from your neighbors. You say you have the right to steal their money to protect them and to uphold the rules when you're stealing from them? I think that violates a far bigger rule. It violates law, not just legislation. Jane, can you identify who was in that video?
It was Garrett Ian and Peter Ayer.
Were you here for the first day of testimony?
Yes.
Do you recall Mr. Ayer telling you that he never followed you or followed or videotaped any parking enforcement officers?
Yes, and I didn't remember, because that's like at one of the very first encounters that I had with these, back in December.
Yeah, do you remember this was December 2012? Is that correct? Is that what
I
you're
believe
saying?
so. I would say that that would be right.
Is that when these activities that we've been discussing here started?
Yes.
You heard Mr. Ayer say in that video something to the effect of, this is how you get paid, you steal money from your neighbors. How does that make you feel?
I try not to let it bother me, because I've had the same encounter with the others saying terrible things that
You're used to, when you're on the street, you're used to interacting with the public, correct? When you interact with them, it's normally in response to a ticket that you give them?
Yes.
So when you were interacting with Mr. Ayer and Mr. Ian here, were you able to do your job when you were talking with them?
No.
So they were interfering with your ability to do your job?
Mhm.
You had to dedicate time to respond to them on matters that didn't pertain to parking enforcement?
This particular day, I don't believe they were out on the street following me. I believe they were around the vehicle and I came up onto them. I was either getting ready to go to lunch or something and they were around my car. So I wasn't in the position where I had to try to get away from them at that point because they were just already there at the vehicle.
The defendants have followed you on foot, correct?
Yes.
And who's followed you before?
James Cleveland, Garrett Ian, Graham Colson, Ian Bernard, Kate Ayer, and others that aren't named in this case.
And when they follow you, about how close are they to you?
It varies. When Kate would come out, she would usually walk beside me. She was fairly quiet. She doesn't say too much when she's out there. Garrett he has a little bit more respect than the rest of them and does give the space when I ask for it. And usually when he's following me, he's at a distance, or in front of me, he's at a distance. Graham has a tendency to get too close, and I guess he has problems seeing, and he squints a lot at the meters, so he'll stop quick, and I just about run into him when he does that, or he'll back up because he'll miss a meter and he'll go back to get it before I'm approaching it. James is always too close, within a couple of feet.
So describe, when you say too close, let me ask you this. Is this too close?
No.
What about here? Is this too close?
No. That's starting to approach
Is
my
this too close?
Yes.
Have they gotten this close to you?
And closer, yes.
Each of the defendants have?
Yes.
Well, wait. For the purpose of the record, at least there ought to be some paraphrases of how close you are.
I agree. The record's going to be a mess. We're not going to have any idea of what the distance. And if you just
I'll
clean that up a
clarify.
bit.
I'll clarify. I'm at counsel's table right now. Is this too close?
No. It's too close for me, but I understand what you're saying, and it's not interfering in my space.
So I'm approximately, let's say, a first down 30 feet or so from you. I'm going to jump up where you testified the defendants have been. I can reach out right now and touch you. I'm doing that. Is that too close?
Yes.
You find that upsetting?
Yes.
Does it interfere with your ability to do your job?
Yes.
So you said that you've seen each of the defendants follow you while you're doing your job. How often does this occur?
Daily.
And when you say daily, is this all day?
It varies. Sometimes they'll come out in the afternoon. It used to be before James got a job, he would be out every day, and he would spend the entire day out there if he showed up. Now it's just Saturdays that he comes out with the whole gang of them.
So if I understand you correctly, you say they come and go throughout the day. Is that stressful in and of itself?
Yes, because you're always looking over your shoulder, wondering when they're gonna show up, where they are.
And so you're dedicating some of your attention as you're doing your job to having to monitor where they are.
Yes.
I apologize if I asked you this, but just to clarify, do they follow you in groups?
Yes.
Have they ever run around you, run past you?
Oh yeah, they used to do that quite often, and I say used to it's because it's just been Garrett for the last few weeks that it comes out in the afternoon. And he doesn't tend to, he makes his presence known and he doesn't run past me. He's always positioned himself in front of me. But when the groups of them used to come out, they would be behind me and they'd run past me really quick. There's been times when they bump me and they run into me. There was such a big crowd around me a few times that the police would call me on the radio because they would go by and they couldn't see me in the middle of the gang that was around me to check on my welfare.
So can you do your job when you're surrounded by, as you said, a gang of people?
No.
Have any of the defendants ever touched you?
There was an incident with Graham Colson grabbing my arm when I went to take one of his cards off of somebody's car. He didn't hurt me or anything, but he did grab my arm. I told him to let go of me, and he did.
So he didn't have permission to touch you?
No. And there's been other times when they brushed by me, bumped into me.
Now, there's different types of touching. There's like a mother's caress when she's holding a baby, and there's a whole range. When Mr. Colson touched you, was that a friendly touching, or was that something that put you in fear?
No, he grabbed my arm to stop me from trying to take the card off the car, and he grabbed my wrist.
Do you feel safe when that happened?
No.
Can you focus on doing your job when somebody grabs you?
No.
Have any of the defendants ever stopped in your path or obstructed you from moving in any direction while you're doing your job?
Yes.
And who's done that?
James Cleveland, there's one particular incident. It's in here somewhere. But he was walking in front of me on Main Street, and it was a Saturday morning, and he slowed down, and I asked him if he could either get out of my way or speed up his pace, and he said he was walking at a comfortable pace that he was comfortable with and that he wasn't bothering me. And I then again asked him again if he would please get out of my path, and he didn't, so I called the Keene Police Department.
And what happened then?
And they came, and I didn't stay while they talked with him. I left.
Have you ever been yelled at?
Yeah, there was another incident of James yelling at me on April 27th. We were in the calm lot, and I rolled. And we were in the calm lot, no, it was Gilbo West, where it's reserved parking. And it made him angry because he couldn't stop me from writing on his tickets because there's no meters there. He said to me, don't you know that these people are at a funeral? You could make your day a little better by not ticketing. Look at all the empty spaces. They aren't hurting anybody. I asked him to please go and leave me alone. He goes, well, I have to stand here and give them the green papers to tell them how to fight a ticket. His voice kept getting louder and louder, and he kept using the F word. You know, the more madder he got, the more red in the face he got, the more the F word was used. And after I got done ticketing, I walked across the street to Combe Lot, where my car was parked, and he followed me over, and the kids at the skate park approached him and told him to leave me alone. And he started to talk with them, and he was calling me a effing thief. And I got into the car, and I drove away while he stayed there to talk, and I went to the police station and talked to one of the officers.
You either have to sit down or leave.
Okay, thank you. So Jane, somebody's yelling at you. Say they're saying something nice. Like you're a great parking enforcement officer. And they're close to you and they're following you and they're yelling and screaming at you. Would that be upsetting to you?
If they were telling me I was great,
If they were screaming, they're in your face and they're yelling at you.
Objection, foundation, there's no discussion, no representation. First of all, it's a leading question, but beyond that, there was no representation that he was yelling in their face.
Well, then, I'll rephrase the question. If somebody is yelling at you vocally, they're screaming, and they're following you, can you focus on doing your job?
no,
Does it matter what they're saying?
no.
So you can't focus on the job regardless of the content of their speech.
Correct.
Thank you. Have you ever been followed on a bike?
Yes.
Who's followed you on a bike?
James Cleveland has followed me to the police station before on his bicycle. Garrett makes it a daily practice to follow me on his bicycle. It's very distracting when we're down in town though, because I'm always looking in my mirror to try to find out where he is, because I don't want him to get hurt. I don't want to run over him, and I try to stay on, the right side of the traffic so that he's not crossing into traffic and putting himself in danger.
So you have to dedicate a portion of your energy and attention now to safety concerns.
Mm-hmm.
You ever been followed in a car?
Yes.
Who's followed you in a
James
car?
Cleveland follows me all the time in his car when I was working Saturdays.
Anybody else?
Garrett has a few times. Usually there's one car and they're all in it, and they follow me around.
And when you say they're all in it, who are you referring to? The defendants?
Usually, yes, with the exception of Peter and Ian.
When they're following you on a bike or following you in a car, have they ever tried to stop you from going anywhere? Gotten in your way?
No, I don't believe they have.
We just watched the video when Mr. Gibbons was testifying. Unfortunately, you didn't have the opportunity to come up and look at it, but I'll represent, and defense counsel can chime in if he has any objections to this. In the video, Garrett Ian was wearing a radio, a walkie-talkie. Have you seen Garrett Ian wear that?
Yes.
Have you seen any other defendants use radios?
Yes.
And what do you see them do with the radios?
They usually will walk up to me, and then especially Graham, he does it all the time. He'll walk up to me and then he'll get on the radio and say I'm with Jane and whatever the location is.
Have you seen Ian Freeman use a radio?
I think there was only one day that when there was a whole group of them out that he had a radio.
And he was radioing back and forth with them?
Yeah.
We talked earlier about Graham Colson grabbing your arm. That had to do with you removing a card from the windshield, a card from the windshield of a car, correct?
Oh, yes, sorry, yes.
Can you describe what that card was?
They have these look like little business cards that tell people that they've been saved from a parking ticket, and they put them on the windshields of the cars that put money in the meter.
And for the record, do you recall seeing Exhibit 4 on the first day of this hearing, which was an exhibit labeled Robin Hood of Keene card? I'll show it to you.
Yes.
You need me to come closer, can you see this okay?
I can see that.
Is that the card that you've seen the defendants place on their cars?
Yes.
Be clear, who have you seen using these cards?
All of them.
All of them? Each of the individual defendants, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Have you ever been followed across the street?
Yes.
Have you been followed across the street in a crosswalk?
Yes,
What about outside of the crosswalk?
yes,
When you're crossing a street, do you consider that a safety risk if you're being followed?
yes.
Have you ever had to run away from any of the defendants?
In the beginning, when there was a whole gang of them, and like I said, there's been some that aren't listed in this proceeding, and I would run.
And May, I'd like to turn your attention to the pictures that we've been reviewing this morning. Just open that up for me to the first page.
Give me the exhibit number to the report of pictures.
I'm sorry. Exhibit 7, Friday.
Exhibit 7, yes, Friday.
Okay, we're looking at the page that's marked page 1. Can you tell me what this picture is a picture of?
It looks like that it was crossing the street on Roxbury Street at the crosswalk.
Is that you?
Yes.
You know who's taking this, or who is filming this, who captured this image?
Well, just that it says here it was Garrett. Garrett. I don't remember that particular day. They all kind of run together.
When they're crossing the street with you, any one of the defendants, is this about the proximity that you've observed? Is this characteristic of that?
Yeah.
Let's turn to page 2. Again, if you could just identify who this is for the record and what it is that you're seeing.
It looks like it's the same place as at Roxbury Street. I've made it across the street.
Looks like you're looking at the camera.
He was probably talking to me, so I was listening to what he had to say.
Are you able to monitor the cars that are coming in the traffic when you're looking at the camera?
No, but I'm assuming that the cross light was on. But no, if I'm looking at the camera, I wouldn't particularly be paying attention to traffic. It takes my attention away.
Let me ask you this. You've been doing this job, I understand, for about a year now.
Oh, yes.
How many parking meters are there in the middle of roads?
In the what?
In the middle of the crosswalk, how many parking meters are there?
In a crosswalk,
Yeah.
there's none.
You've never encountered a meter in a crosswalk?
No.
No. But they still follow you in the crosswalks?
Yes.
Closely, too. Let's look at page 3. And again, could you please describe who's in this picture and what it is that you observed?
Well, it's Graham Paulson. I'm not sure what I'm doing there, but it says I'm working on a meter.
Do you find it distracting to have Graham leaning over you like that?
Wait, this number 3?
Yes, and that's typical.
Yes.
Number 3,
Graham.
leaning over, standing straight.
Let me
You're looking at the
rephrase.
wrong picture.
I'll rephrase the question. Based on Graham Coulson's positioning in that picture, do you find that distracting when you're trying to do your job?
Yes, and that's typical of him. He will stand very close and wait for me, even when I'm doing a ticket, because he wants to put these papers on. So he'll stand very close to me and just stand there and wait for me to finish.
Do you find it uncomfortable to have people stand that close to you when you can't monitor them?
Wait, there's been no testimony as to how close he is to her in that picture.
I'd be happy to clarify. How close is Mr. Coulson to you in that picture?
Just a few feet away.
Do you consider Mr. Coulson to be standing over you in that picture?
Yes.
Do you find it uncomfortable to have somebody stand over you when you can't look at them or monitor what they're doing?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's turn to page 7. Again, can you please describe to me what it is that you're seeing in this picture and to the extent you can identify who?
I remember this, but I wasn't actually witnessing this because I was inside the library. But this individual had come out of the library as I was going in and asked me if, how many quarters I would give him to punch the defendant. And I told them to please stop with it, you know, don't get themselves in trouble, and it wasn't worth it.
So what is this a picture of? If you could be specific.
It's a man holding his fist up toward James Cleveland.
Is this a picture of a fight?
Well, I know he got punched that day, but like I said, I wasn't outside to witness it. When I came out later and walked down the street, James came up to me and said that man hit me.
Have you seen any of the defendants get into fights with members of the public?
Yes.
And who have you seen get into fights with members of the public?
Well, there's been a few incidences. There's this one. And this guy continued to follow us for a while because he was, Graham was wearing a Robin Hood hat, and this guy kept saying he was going to steal the hat off his head. There's another incident down in the Wells garage with Graham and Garrett and a group of teenagers.
Have you seen a video of that incident?
I did see that video the last time that we were here, but that one I witnessed.
Did you call the police when you saw that?
I did.
Fight? Did you believe that there was a safety concern?
I did.
These fights that you've described, is it your understanding that they relate to the public being upset with what the defendants are doing?
Yeah, the one down in the garage, it was the kids didn't want to be videotaped, and they had asked them.
Objection, relevance. First of all, there's a doctrine of heckler's veto, so whatever, the fact that a particular point of view may be unpopular and may engender whatever is certainly not a valid basis for my personal intellectual expression or my. Secondly, whether a point of view is popular or unpopular has certainly no legal bearing on First Amendment protection. Thirdly, this witness is speculation as to what the public thinks or not doesn't think is without foundation, not relevant.
Just on the relevance issue, and we're going to have a legal argument on the constitutional issues at the end of the hearing, but on the relevance, what does it matter whether their activities are popular or unpopular with members of the public?
Your Honor, respectfully, this is very relevant. The reason why this is relevant is because if the parking enforcement officers encounter safety concerns above and beyond what they normally would encounter in doing this job, that's relevant to whether or not they feel safe and secure in the position, and therefore it's relevant to whether or not they want to continue in the position, and therefore it's relevant to whether or not there's intentional interference with contractual relations. To the extent that the defendants can create conditions where the parking enforcement officers don't feel safe, that encourages them to resign.
Your Honor, if there's anything that can better encapsulate the complete violation of constitutional rights involved by this proceeding, is that last month's counsel. To imply that it's okay to do something because it's popular, but not okay to express a point of view that's unpopular because it might distract parking enforcement officers is essentially to acknowledge that this whole proceeding is nothing more and nothing less than a violation of constitutional rights. But I understand the court's reserving that issue. My objection at this point is that, quite apart from relevance, or except in terms of as it amplifies the constitutional violations, this witness's knowledge as to what the general public reaction is to violation.
Let me put it this way. If you want to ask the witness what specifically took place in this incident in question, that's fine, but questions about her understanding of the public sentiments, the objection sustained as to that. But what she specifically observed, I'll allow that.
That's perfectly fine. If I may simply clarify quickly, since Attorney Meyer...
No, I want you to move on. I don't want this to be a protracted legal argument about this. Ask a question.
Okay. Jane, if conditions exist around you when you're doing your job that make you feel unsafe, regardless of why the conditions exist, meaning regardless of what the motivations or intentions of the parties are. If you feel unsafe when you're doing your job, does that make you not want to do your job?
Yes.
So just to be abundantly clear here, it has nothing to do.
Wait, no, this is.
I'm sorry, I'll withdraw the question. Let's go back to the pictures here. You can look at page 10. And again, please describe what you're seeing here and who's in the picture.
This is Lynn and I crossing the street on Main Street. And this happened to be the day that I previously was just talking about the fight that happened in the Wells garage.
Is that description above the picture correct?
Yes.
Look at page 11. If you can you identify what this picture is and who's in it?
That's Linda crossing the street on Main Street.
Is this the same day as the picture that we just looked at, page 10?
Jackson Foundation, how much she knows?
She can explain how she knows. That's what I'm asking her.
If it's the same day, then yes. I don't know. If this
Okay,
is the
that's
same
fine,
day.
that's fine. Let's look at page 12. Can you describe who's in this picture and what it is that you're seeing?
Yeah, that's Linda and I, and we are going down Church Street toward the Wells garage.
Do you know why your back is to the person taking this image?
Because they're behind me. Looks like this particular picture, I was facing the other way. I was going to go in another direction, and Lynn had just spoken to me, so I turned around to answer her.
When you say you were going to go in another direction, do I understand that correctly to mean that you had to change course?
Yes.
Let's look at picture 13, page 13. Again, who's in the picture and what is it that you see?
That's Lynn and I, and we are in the Wells lot, still heading toward the Wells garage.
If I can reference you back to page 12 that we just saw. We were talking about how that image was taken from behind you. Is this image taken from behind you or in front of you?
In front of me.
How is it, if you recall, that the person taking the picture was able to take one from behind you and then in front of you?
They ran down the street.
So they ran around you.
Yes. They were running away from the kids that were also there.
And let's look at picture 14. What is it and who's in the picture?
And that's Lynn and I, and Lynn has her hand up telling Garrett not to talk to her.
And let's look at picture 15. Who's in this picture and what is it?
This is Lynn in the parking garage of Wells. And that's one of the teenagers. I'm not sure which one it is.
Jackson, I believe a lot of these people, first of all, some of these have already been identified. Secondly, there's no foundation in terms of this witness having any personal connection to this picture.
I was there.
So there's no foundation yet.
I think that supplies a necessary foundation.
That would have been my follow-up question. Let's go to page 16. What's this picture? Who's in it and how do you know?
It's me writing a ticket. And I don't know who was filming. I'm assuming this was in the winter time. It was a long time ago, so I'm not really sure.
Let's go to page 17. What's this a picture of? Who's in it and how do you know?
Oh, let's see, well, it's a picture of me walking down Main Street going north, I think. James Cleveland is in it, and I'm not sure of the names of the other two individuals.
You testified earlier about being followed in groups.
Yes.
Is this picture characteristic of that type of activity?
Yes.
I'm starting to page 18. What's this a picture of? Who's in it and how do you know?
It's, I'm really not sure if that's me. I'm assuming it's me. On West Street, heading toward Federal Street. Looks like I just crossed the street, looks like I'm running and or walking very fast. And James Cleveland is one of the people, and I'm not sure of the identity of the other person with the camera.
You testified earlier that you've been chased across the street before. Is this characteristic of what you were describing?
Yes.
And let's turn to page 19. Can you tell me what this is a picture of and who the people are that are in it and how you know?
This is the typical Robin Hood gang, and it's James Cleveland, Kate Hager, Garrett Ann Bernard, and Graham Colson.
Have each of these individuals followed you on your job?
Yes.
Have each of these individuals taken actions that prevent you from doing your job?
Yes.
Your Honor, I believe that every picture within this document has now been identified by one of our witnesses. I'd like to enter it as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
I have no objection to the pictures, I would object to the captions.
I agree. The exhibit's in it, with the exception of the caption, in all other respects, it can be marked as a full exhibit.
Just to clarify, when we're talking about the caption, there are, and if I may describe what we're seeing, if you were to look at the first picture, page 1.
I mean both the source and description parts of that. There's been testimony with respect to a number of them regarding description. It's repetitive to have the additional evidence regarding the description. The text will come in, but in all other respects, it's a full exhibit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have you ever been followed on any of your brakes?
I have, when I used to take a break in my car, I've had them sit outside my car before, waiting for me. When I go into the library or city hall to use the restroom, they follow me and wait.
Now, your break, is that your own time, or are you expected to do things on behalf of the city during that period of time?
That's my own time.
Do you ticket any meters during your breaks?
No.
Do you patrol the streets during your breaks?
No.
Have you ever been followed into any buildings?
Yes.
Who's followed you into buildings?
They've all, at one time or another, have followed me either in and out of the library or city hall. And there was one a few Saturdays ago where I go into the post office to pick up the mail for the police department, and James Cleveland went into the building as I did. He went over to get stamps, but it was when the building was closed, the lobby was empty, so it was very intimidating to have him follow me in the building.
Are there any parking meters inside buildings?
No.
Has anybody ever told you that they'd help you, or let me rephrase, have any of the defendants ever told you that they would help you find another job or words to that effect?
Yes.
And who's done that?
Ian Bernard, James Cleveland.
Is there anything else that they've done to you that we haven't discussed this morning?
Just the name calling me a liar and a thief. Ian Bernard at one point asked me how I slept at night. And they've said to me that I hold cars hostage, and have said to me, you can't actually like your job, can you, with the things that you do.
In addition to the defendants encouraging you to quit your job, has Ian Freeman ever told you he'll help you get a different job?
Yes.
Has anybody else ever told you that?
I don't believe so.
Have you ever asked the defendants to stop this?
Yes.
What have you asked them to do?
I've asked them to go down street and fill meters and to leave me alone.
What happens when you ask them to stop?
They say they have to follow me to make sure I don't write any tickets.
We can go back to something you just said, question back. I call correctly, you said you asked them to go down the street and fill meters.
To go down street.
Down street.
Downtown.
Are you asking them that so you can get distance from them?
Yes. I don't care if they fill meters. They just need to do it away from me.
How long has this been going on?
A year. I had 3 months of normalcy with my job, and then in December they came out and haven't been missing since.
Do you see any signs of it slowing down?
No.
Do you see signs of it increasing?
Yeah.
On the first day of this hearing, we heard testimony from Mary Kimmel about the stress that this has caused you. Was her description accurate?
Yes.
Have you tried to avoid them when you're doing your job?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
Because when they're around me like that, there's that feeling of not being able to get away, and so I have had times where I've hid behind dumpsters and in doorways and gone through alleys and behind buildings just to try to avoid them.
How does it make you feel hiding behind a dumpster?
Not very good.
Before all this started, and by all this I mean the activities we just described, did you like going into work?
Yes.
Do you like going to work now?
I still try to enjoy my job. I'm very.
And is it unusual for someone to come up within 2 feet of you and ask you for directions?
Sometimes people will come up to me and ask me directions, and I'll even take a step back because they come into your personal space.
But they may come up to within 2 feet of you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you were asked a number of questions relating to feelings of safety. What equipment do you carry with you?
My radio and my telephone.
And tell me how you use the radio.
I use it to contact the dispatcher at the police department.
Is it like essentially a walkie-talkie?
Yes.
So just like the defendants have those type of communication walkie-talkies, so do you.
Mm-hmm. And that's what I used the day that they were in their fight. I used the walkie-talkie.
So now, can you only contact dispatcher, or can you contact individual officers?
You can ask for the individual officer.
Is it fair to say that you're plugged into a frequency so that your communication was heard by other officers as well, or not?
Yes.
Now, is it fair to say that typically there are officers patrolling downtown Keene?
Yes.
And how many?
Well, through the course of the day, they drive.
And do you have something in your mouth?
Yes, I do. I have a cough drop.
Okay. You just, not while you're testifying. You just put that in the tissue. Thank you. Please continue.
Throughout the day, they drive through, and then there's usually a foot patrol at different times of the day, and you can hear on your radio who is going down to foot patrol.
We've had several maps submitted as exhibits in downtown Keene. I take it the area that is it fair to say the area you patrol is, or not patrol, but the area where when you do your duties is a fairly small area geographically?
Yeah, it is, but it's spread out. I mean, there's other parts of it that are on side streets and back parking lots and
Is it
stuff.
more than a mile from one end to the other?
I believe it
2 miles?
would be
More than 2 miles?
probably 2 miles at the most, but from one, I really don't know.
And there's always going to be a fairly significant Keene Police Department presence, correct?
Yes,
And any time a situation that occurs that is potentially threatening to your safety, you can always use your walkie-talkie to contact the police department, correct?
correct.
Now, I believe that you've testified to 2 occasions in which you contacted the Keene Police Department. One of them involved at least somebody assaulting Mr. Cleveland, is that correct?
Correct.
And one of them involving this other scenario where...
Oh, no, I didn't contact the police department when he got assaulted because I asked him if he was okay and he said yes.
So how many times have you contacted the Keene Police Department while on patrol regarding defendants?
I contacted them when there was the fight in Wells Garage. I contacted them when James Cleveland blocked my way and wouldn't let me pass.
Any other times?
And they've contacted me more than
No, any other times have you contacted them?
There was another time when Garrett was walking with me, and they had a friend that introduced himself as a friend from Wisconsin, I guess, or something like that, and he had a gun on his side, and I didn't know who the person was or his mental capacity or anything, and I did radio the police at that time.
Any other times?
Not that I can recall.
So now the fight was not something that was initiated by any defendants, correct?
Not really, no.
And then there was one instance where you felt that Mr. Cleveland was walking, correct?
Yes.
And then there was the one instance where so that another unidentified individual was carrying a weapon.
Yes.
And those are the only 3 times when you have contacted the Keene Police Department because of concerns about your safety, is that correct?
I believe so.
You testified that Mr. Colson grabbed your arm at some point when you were trying to remove a card from a windshield. Now, it's removing, and I think the card we're talking about is a card that says Robin Hood or something of that nature. Is removing cards from windshield wipers part of your job duties?
No.
Why did you do that?
I just had enough that day of them harassing me, and I figured I'd turn around and harass them for a little while.
Fair enough. I take it that you haven't done that since then?
No.
And I take it that engagement between you and Mr. Colson was resolved peacefully when he withdrew his bond and told you?
Yes.
And you didn't call the police department in that situation?
I did not. I did file a report later on, but I didn't call them at that moment.
Now, you also described a scenario where I think you and Mr. Cleveland followed you to a parking lot and accused you of being a thief. Is that correct?
I don't know exactly where it was. This is something that him and when Ian Bernard was around, he'd say the same thing. I mean, it's just repetitive stuff that they would say.
But I think the particular context in which you gave the testimony was that you then talked to a police officer about that.
I'm not recalling recalling. The one when he was yelling at me?
Yeah, what I believe your testimony was, it started, that Mr. Cleveland was unhappy because you were ticketing cars at a funeral.
But he told me they were at a funeral, and I
Right,
have no way of knowing that, yes.
And then you went towards the parking lot, he followed you,
Yes.
called you a thief, and then you contacted the police.
I didn't contact on my radio. I went to the police
Right.
department because I was going for lunch, and I talked to them while I was there.
I understand, it wasn't a, again, at some point later you had a conversation with the police officer about this.
Correct.
Who was the police officer you talked to?
You know, I don't recall. I don't recall which one it was that I spoke with.
And, remember what the conversation was?
I just told him that he was shouting at me and that I'd had enough, and I just couldn't take it anymore with that type of behavior. And he said the next time, hold your microphone open so that you can hear what he's saying.
Have you ever done that?
I did it the day of the fight.
So somewhere you have a recording of what was said,
I guess they do, yeah, the dispatcher would probably.
so you gave that to the city.
But yeah, it's just the noise and the commotion and the yelling and the hollering from the teenagers and the,
Has there been any other time that you've used your microphone?
I mean, I've used it to, if I've had citizens come up to me and need a police officer, and I've called.
Now, just understand, you said earlier that you're walkie-talkie. Are you also equipped with a video camera?
No,
Where's the microphone coming?
that's the radio, has the microphone.
The radio has a
I have it, I wear
So
it on the
you
shoulder.
can record on there as well
A
as.
little bit talking over each other. You just let just, if you could both try harder, you just let the question be finished before you answer, and you can let the answer finish before you pose the next question. Please proceed.
I'm sorry, Ron. So the microphone, am I correct in saying, is part of your walkie-talkie?
Correct,
But it does give you the capacity to record.
no,
You can't record.
no. I assume dispatch records everything that goes over the radio, but I don't record it.
So aside from that one incident in the parking garage, have you had any other occasion to use your microphone because you thought things that were being said were inappropriate?
No.
And you said that you were being, I think at one point, you said in your direct examination, you were being chased. What do you mean by being chased?
In the earlier days when I was first being followed, I would run across the street, usually in the direction of wherever my vehicle was, and I would run, and they would run and follow me. They would chase me.
But well, you were running and you were trying to keep up with you, is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And there was some statement about using crosswalk or not using crosswalk. Is it my assumption? Do I correctly assume that when you're on duty, you use crosswalks?
You go across the crosswalk, yes.
I mean, you wouldn't go across the road without using crosswalk.
I have. At times to get away from them, I've checked the traffic, made sure I had a clear path, and I have run across the street without using the crosswalk.
Now, you've testified that other people, in addition to the 6 defendants, have also engaged in Robin Hood activity.
Yes,
How many other people?
that's numerous,
There's numerous.
but of people that I'm not familiar with, so
Well, give me a number. If you can, I only guess, can you estimate?
that have actually done Robin Hooding, maybe 5 or 6. And then on different days, there's people I've never seen before that still come down and do Robin Hooding, and I know that they're Robin Hooders because they have the cards, and they leave them on cars.
So is it fair to say then, even if the named defendants were enjoined from doing something or other, they'd still be a number of other people who would potentially be able to engage in the same activity?
They could, but those particular individuals don't usually follow us. They just go down and fill the meters down away from us.
Now, you also cited, you were asked whether you were ever followed or not fulfilled. You described Mr. Cleveland going to the post office, is that correct?
Yes.
But do I correctly understand he was going to the post office with his stamps?
He went in and he followed me in the building, and then he went over to the stamp machine, I guess. I'm assuming that's what he was doing. He was over at that machine, so I'm assuming he was buying stamps.
So isn't it at least possible that he went to the post office for reasons unrelated to you?
Well, he probably did, but the fact was he was following me and
He was
decided
behind you, correct?
he was following me in his vehicle. He had been following me all around the city that day. And I pulled into the post office and he followed me.
Now, were you on duty that day or not?
Yes.
And you would use your vehicle to go to one parking area to another, correct?
Sometimes I do, not all the time.
That's on that day, that's what you're using your vehicle for.
Yes, I believe I was collecting what we call the red boxes, and I was using the vehicle to go around all the red boxes to collect the tickets, paid tickets.
Now, I'd like to have the opportunity to look at the logs and catch the
We'll take our lunch break now, and we'll reconvene at 1:15. If I could just see council at the bench first before we, but well, you can sit down now, thank you. We'll reconvene at 1:15. If I could just see council briefly, really just to talk about the schedule. 1:15.
All rise.
Good afternoon, please be seated.
Can one of my clients just plug in his computer and insert the connector so that he gets power when he does the project?
Not a problem. I'm just not sure where we're going to run the board. I haven't mastered the location of all the outlets in the corner.
There's very few that work, Your Honor, so it's...
There's none over. Hopefully, this is one of the situations that will be remedied when the new building is up and running. Yes, we would rescind the same. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, you have testified about verbal exchanges you had with some of the defendants, which they were critical of the project enforcement in general. Isn't it also true that you had a number of exchanges with them which have been friendly and humorous?
Yes.
So the ones that you're outlining, essentially being asked about, are the ones that have been hostile, but there are many others that haven't been hostile.
There's one other that hasn't been hostile.
Pardon?
Just one that hasn't been
So
hostile.
you guys only had one conversation with them that was...
No, one person. There's one person in the group that I can have conversations with.
And who's that?
Garrett.
And what type of conversations did you have with them?
No, we've had conversations about religion, videotaping, and I think some political conversation.
And in your opinion, have those conversations interfered with your doing your work?
Well, I'm still being interfered with, but I'm trying to make the best out of the situation.
You still doing your job?
To the best of my ability to having somebody with me. I still can't focus on my job, even though I'm having a normal conversation with him.
Well, you have plenty of normal conversations with other citizens during the course of the day, don't you?
They come and go, yes. It's not constant.
Now, you testified to a scenario where you said that Mr. Colson grabbed your arm when you were trying to remove a card from the windshield. Did you feel threatened on that occasion?
The initial reaction that he had when he grabbed me, it was for a minute it took me off guard, but he didn't hurt me, and he let go immediately when I said, "Don't touch me." To say I felt threatened, initially when it first started I did, but then when I realized he wasn't actually trying to hurt me, it was a reaction for him trying to stop me from reaching for the card. Once I realized exactly what was transpiring, no, I did not feel threatened.
Now, it's your testimony that these defendants make it harder for you to do your job, is that a fair summary?
Yes.
And have you ever asked any assistance from the city of Keene in terms of how to address that?
The only conversations that I had was with the police department themselves.
Have you requested any type of training?
No.
Who is your direct supervisor?
Ginger Hill?
What's his or him or her?
Her, Ginger.
And what's her position?
She's the supervisor parking.
Now, there's a number of references in your notes. So those part of your notes I read. Somebody called Sturdy. You know who that is?
Yes, he's a retired police officer.
And what's his name?
Sturdy, that's all I know now, is Sturdy. I'm sorry.
Is that a gentleman named Peter Thomas?
I don't know if that's his name or not. I just knew him as Sturdy, and I knew
He was somebody who was retained by the city of Keene.
correct.
And one of the things he was doing was videotaping.
Yes,
And he was regularly following you and videotaping, is that correct?
correct.
And did you view that videotaping as being harassing or intimidating?
No.
Thank you for no further questions.
Further direct examination?
Very briefly, Your Honor. A couple questions about safety. Previously, you testified that you called the police department on 3 occasions. Were those the only times that you felt unsafe?
No, there's been other times, but I just, instead of, I don't feel that I need to call the police at every moment so I go somewhere. I either go into City Hall where there's the bailiffs are right there, or I get in my car and I leave.
So I understand you're describing measures that you take when you feel unsafe.
Yes.
Are your safety concerns for yourself?
Yes.
And do you have any safety concerns for the public?
There's a lot of times when, especially when people are, there's been a few times when be down street, there was one incident where a man chased Garrett with, well, he pretended it was pepper spray. It turned out that it wasn't pepper spray after all, but it got kind of physical. And when there's there's, you know, a lot happening on the street. A number of things could happen. Someone could step out in front of a car, or somebody on the sidewalk get knocked over, and it does get kind of chaotic at times.
Thank you. No more questions.
Further cross-examination?
Yeah, just to follow up on that last thing. You testified this has now been going on for a year, correct?
Yeah, about 8 months, yeah.
8 months. And during that 8 months, you're saying it's been going on essentially every day?
Correct.
And in your case, that means like 4 days a week? Is that
Yes.
right? And in that, over that time, which I guess amounts to several hundred days at this point, the only physical contact you've experienced has been the one time that your hand, you said, was grabbed, or your arm was grabbed by Mr. Colson, correct?
In that mirror, there's been other times when I've been bumped or run into, or I've run into them because they stop quick. But as far as
The only person's safety that's really been compromised here has been defendants, correct? You described how they've been chased, how they've been punched, et cetera, et cetera. Their safety's been compromised, but not yours. Is
But
that true?
if they're being attacked, we could be in the way of that, as well as people that are on the street. They can get run into, or
So your concern is that other people may physically attack the defendants, and in so doing may inadvertently cause damage to you or other bystanders.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, ma'am. You can step down.
So we stand, Beth Fox, please.
Just remain standing and raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you give this afternoon is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. You can be seated and state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Sure. Elizabeth A. Fox, and Fox is F-O-X.
Ms. Fox, how are you employed by the city?
I'm employed as the city's finance director.
And what's your brief background, training experience, your educational background?
I have an undergraduate degree in public management. Went to the University of Native Orono and graduated some time ago. Wanted to work in local government and have worked in local government in New Hampshire since my graduation in 1984.
So 30 years plus, I guess.
Almost, not quite.
Fair enough. And at this point in time, you are the finance director for the city.
Yes, I am.
Have you've been here through some of the testimony with regard to Alan and Jane, have you not?
Yes.
What I'd like you to do is to identify various areas of financial impact on the municipality as it relates to employment turnover and employment problems in general.
I think, one of the first and most obvious impacts at this point is we've had a parking enforcement officer resign. That's reduced the ability to manage parking by approximately a third. We had previously about 108 hours worth of, previously we had approximately 108 hours worth of staffing. And now we're down to, I believe, 74 with only 2 parking enforcement officers on the streets. That has had an impact, reducing the number of tickets that are written, which has resulted in a financial impact to the community's parking fund.
And with regard to the loss of employment, Alan resigned in July of 2013. What financial impact does the city experience with regard to replacement costs?
Well, we are going to have to launch a recruitment process that is fairly extensive. Typically, we will incur costs for advertising, which are approximately $200. These particular employees go through both a written test process as well as an interview process. So we have testing and exam costs of approximately $1,000. We'll then have that process in itself takes about a day, the written test. And then typically the interview process, the number of candidates the city likes to see when they fill positions, will take about 2 days. So we would estimate probably other staff time, because we do team interviews, will be involved in that, and probably with a value of somewhere in the area of, $5,000 to $500. We'll need to do background checks on any candidate who is given a conditional offer of employment. That incurs a cost, approximately $125 to do 2 tests. And then, assuming we are successful in hiring someone, they'll need to be uniformed and trained, and uniforms are approximately $1,000 as well. And training, a couple of weeks with an outside assistant, probably run the city about $1,200 or so.
Those areas or buckets or areas of financial impact have to do with the resignation of Alan, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to the change in the hours that we've heard testimony about from Jane, how does that impact the city financially?
Well, with Jane no longer on this, doing parking management on Saturdays, we've seen a loss in that from revenue in that activity. Typically, about 280 tickets a month would be issued on Saturday. Assuming they were all $5 tickets, that's about $2,800 a month.
Okay. And how about with regard to the administrative costs of trying to cover those hours? How does the city anticipate handling that issue?
Trying to cover the Saturday hours?
Yes.
I mean, at this point, without more staffing, we're going to have to address the staffing issue and then fill those Saturday hours.
And are there going to be administrative costs associated
There will be.
with covering that?
We have put significant administrative effort in both HR and in supervisory staff to try to help manage the transition for the employees, and that will continue.
Have you been aware of administrative costs with regard to, what I'll call administrative counseling of the 3 PEOs over the course of the last numerous months because of the defendant's conduct?
They have received, we have done some counseling, had some counseling provided to those employees in the hopes that it will help them manage their situation more effectively. The cost incurred for that to date has been about $750. We anticipate moving forward that those sorts of supports will continue to be provided.
And are you specifically talking about the type of counseling and support that we heard testimony from Ms. Kimmel the last day of trial?
I would expect it would be similar to that sort of thing.
How about anticipating, you've been here for some of the testimony of Jane. You've heard the testimony that she has been looking for other employment on the web. What are your concerns as a financial director for the city's financial impact if you lose Jane as you've lost Alan because of the defendant's conduct?
Well, we'll incur, of course, obviously, more costs associated with employee recruitment, but we also are, the parking fund is a special revenue fund that is designed to be self-supporting, and without the revenue that the activity generates through the parking enforcement personnel, it won't be self-supporting and could become a burden on the community at large and general taxation.
What kind of administrative or financial impact do claims of workers' compensation, disability claims, sick time that may be incurred?
Objection. There's no foundation. No foundation for workers' comp or sick leave or anything else related to this case.
Well, let me ask a question. Is there going to be testimony that any claim has been made with respect to any of the parking enforcement officers involved in this case?
No, but that's one of the things we're trying to prevent with the injunction, Your Honor. So let me rephrase the question, if I may.
Yes.
Are you concerned, from a financial point of view for the municipality, that claims of workers' compensation or disability or sick time may be incurred by at least the 2 PEOs that we've heard testimony from?
I am concerned. I think that, employee morale is is really important, and I'm concerned that their situation may be negative and that may cause some erosion in their morale. We are very fortunate. The city has typically had very good workers' compensation experience and experienced low claims. We have a favorable rating, but if that were to change, it would affect us negatively financially.
I think that's further when we have to make quiet. Ms. Fox, Mr. Al Gibbons resigned in July,
Yes.
correct? Has any effort been made to replace him from July to September?
We have not yet initiated a recruitment. No.
How many employees does the city of Keene have?
Approximately 225.
And on an annual basis, what is the turnover typically?
We are fairly fortunate. We have pretty low turnover. In fact, the balance, the parking enforcement unit, frankly, is a good demonstration of how low our turnover typically is. Until we had a longtime employee retire, we hadn't hired any new parking enforcement officers. The remaining employees in that department all have 10 years in excess of 10 or 15 years.
So what is the average turnover rate, let's say?
Typically, turnover is attributable to retirement, and we have had, I think, probably 6 or 8 people retire since the first of the year.
So, extrapolating it, that would mean typically you replace about 12 people a year, is that right?
Well, we'd like to do that, but one of the fiscal challenges that we've had is when people retire, we haven't had the luxury of replacing them, so we aren't replacing as many people. I think this year we have done recruitments for maybe three positions, 4 positions.
But in terms of recruitment and training, that's part of the HR function, correct?
Yeah, well, a portion of the recruitment is part of the HR function, and then a portion of the training is shared between HR, IMS, and the department who might be recruiting.
Now, but so when you talk about administrative costs, you're talking about people who are already employed, correct?
Yes, they are employed by the city currently,
If
but
they're not going to be hiring a new parking enforcement officer, they're going to be doing something else, correct?
there are usually lots of things that we can be doing, so
But
yes, they will be.
They're not going to get paid more because they're having to locate a new parking enforcement officer, correct?
The direct administrative staff will not be, their efforts will be focused on that task instead of some other task that needs to be done.
But at the end of the day, all the tasks will be completed, correct?
In priority order, we hope that we hit the most important things.
Now, you know an individual named Peter Thomas,
Yes, I do.
and Mr. Thomas was hired by the city of Keene earlier this year, correct?
It's my understanding he was, yes.
And from your perspective as finance director, what was his cost of his contract?
The cost of Mr. Thomas's contract with the city?
Yeah.
My recollection is it was approximately $1,200.
And he was hired for the purpose of basically engaging in surveillance of the defendants in this case, not the demonstrators.
Well, I think he was hired for the purpose of trying to see what the actual working conditions that the employees were under were. We had some observations and there were some concerns expressed, and his role, I think, was really to do fact-finding on that in a way that, wasn't casual.
And he did videotaping, correct?
My understanding is he did.
And he he videotaped, in fact, the defendants, correct?
I have not seen the videotape, so I don't know.
Isn't it fair to say that the videotape involved hundreds of hours of videotaping of him, by him, of the defendants?
I cannot comment on that.
Now, lastly, you expressed concern about workers' compensation scenario. There has been no claim made yet, as I understand it.
To the best of my knowledge, no.
And I take it that the city has a workers' compensation carrier that covers workers' comp claims.
We are statutorily required to, so yes.
So the only potential conceivable financial effect on the city would be effect in terms of potentially on the city's rate.
Well, it would affect our experience modification factor, which would increase our premium.
Might increase your rate, correct?
It has the potential to increase our premium.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Further examination? Make amendment,
Your Honor, at this point, I'll yield to Attorney Meyer to put on Mr. Cleveland without closing in chief.
And just so we're clear, this was discussed at the very beginning. Attorney Meyer asked for permission to take Mr. Cleveland out of order. I indicated earlier that we ran that motion, and it was gracious of the council that there wasn't opposed. So we'll have Mr. Cleveland testify. Mr. Cleveland. Attorney Meyer, would you like to swear in the witness? Or would you like to
I'm comfortable either way, whichever the court works. Sir, if you please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. James, could you state for the record your full name and your current address?
Yes, James Cleveland, spelled Cleveland. I currently reside at 173 Washington Street, apartment 9, Keene, New Hampshire.
And sir, are you employed?
Yes, I am.
And what is your employment?
I'm an accountant, a cost accountant.
And who employs you?
The Lane Corporation does.
And do you, sir, in terms of on the political front, have any type of political affiliations?
No, not really. I'm registered, undeclared. So.
Either a Democrat nor a Republican or anything in between?
I mean, I would say I try to avoid politics for the most part. I am running for city council at the moment, so.
Are you a member of any other group with political beliefs?
I mean, I blog at freekeene.com, but I wouldn't argue that that's a political group. It's just a website with people who share similar ideals.
Well, what is Keene.com?
Or freekeene.com?
Freekeene.com.
I guess you could. Most people probably would classify it as a political organization. It's really just a website where people who hold, I would say, liberty-oriented views. It's a place for them to blog and get their views out.
Are you familiar with the Free State Project?
Yes, I am.
And what is the Free State Project?
The Free State Project is an idea to get people who like liberty to move to New Hampshire. And, basically, I guess the idea is people who believe in liberty are too spread out. And so if we can concentrate ourselves in a particular geographic area, our views may have more weight to them.
You said we. Are you affiliated with the Free State Project?
Yes, I am a Free State Project participant.
Now, there's been testimony about activity referred to as Robin Hood activity. First of all, where does that name Robin Hood come from?
Well, I guess originally there was a Free State Project participant named Lauren Canario. And it was either late 2008 or early 2009, I can't remember exactly, but she, I guess, had the bright idea to go out and
and fill parking meters so that tickets wouldn't be issued. And the idea kind of is, the story of Robin Hood, everyone knows the classic story where steal from the rich and give to the poor, but he was actually stealing from the government and giving it back to the taxpayers. So I think that's kind of where the name was derived from.
And is there any such thing as a Robin Hood project, or is there any sort of organizational structure associated with that term?
I mean, not really. Over the years, it's been various people. There is a gentleman who lives in Nashua now. I don't remember, I'm not clear on the entire history, but for a good number of years, he would Robin Hood, and, he moved to Nashua, so he moved away, so. I guess it kind of, I really didn't go out Robin Hooding in December. I started in January myself, so. To say that anyone is in charge wouldn't be inaccurate.
Is anybody in charge?
No. We constantly have various views on how, let's say, we should proceed. There's no consensus usually. It's
views are different.
Yes, we all have differing views. We're all individuals. So.
Is there any type of financial basis to the organization? Well, first of all, would you call it an organization?
I guess you could classify it as an organization.
Does it have any sort of corporate existence?
No, on the Facebook page, which I didn't set up, someone called it a nonprofit, founded, I think it's either 2008 or 2009, but it's not registered with the state. It's not incorporated in any way. So.
There's been reference to a Robin Hood card that's been marked as an exhibit. What's the history on that?
There's a local graphics artist here in town, and we had expressed interest in making a card. And so he went ahead and he took the initiative, he designed it, he put the text on it. It was none of the defendants, we had nothing to do with the card. However, we do use them.
What about, again, let's call it a group. Okay. Does the group have any kind of financial basis? A bank account, treasury, anything? Anything on the financial side?
There is no Robin Hood of Keene bank account. There is a bank account at a bank for the Keene Activist Center. And that indicates on the card there's a mailing address and a name. And so occasionally people do send donations. I think probably right now I have 5 checks I need to put in the bank account. And primarily we use the donations to buy more change.
And how does it come about that people make donations?
Typically, we are downtown, we fill a meter, I call it a save, a meter that would have been ticketed. We'll leave a card under the windshield wiper blade. And then occasionally people receive said card, and if they like what we're doing, they send us a donation.
How would you categorize what Robin Hood is?
I guess it's different for everyone. I don't want to speak for everyone, but for me, it's the idea that, I personally don't believe that parking a vehicle is a criminal act, because I don't think there's no damage, no one else is harmed by that activity, and I feel like it lacks criminal intent. I'll give you an example. You could be downtown, you could want to get a haircut. You could intend, let's say you put 45 minutes in the meter. It's busy, you're in the middle of the haircut. You're issued a ticket because you couldn't get back out to your meter. So I don't agree that it should be a criminal act. I don't think the court should be involved with parking, I guess.
Well, do you think the parking should be essentially a government function or a private function?
I would prefer it to be private, but if the government is going to run it, and I told the city council this, I feel like a better solution would be, instead of issuing tickets, perhaps they could build more parking spots or find other solutions to address the parking situation downtown.
So, getting back to Robin Hood, what is your understanding of what that involves?
I would define it as you perform saves, which I would say is you get in front of the parking attendant because you only want to fill a meter that would have been ticketed. At least my goal personally is not to give any unnecessary funding to the city of Keene. So it wouldn't meet my goal to just go around and fill parking meters. So I only want to fill a meter if it would have been ticketed. So it's the idea that I disagree with the way that parking is done, so I'm showing my displeasure by not allowing the ticket to be issued if I can.
Now, to your knowledge, are you paid at all for performing this Robin Hood activity?
No, I receive no personal gain from doing this activity.
Has there been any payment at all to anybody to your knowledge to engage in
There has been, in the sense that if the donations exceed the change cost, some of the other volunteers will get a payment, if you want to call it that.
And have those payments been substantial or not?
They've been very minimal. I mean, it's at the end of the day, the donations we receive, I would say, are not that much.
Can you estimate what we're talking about?
I mean, maybe a few $100s, but I feel like that their net earnings would probably be less than $400 this year. So.
Now, as I understand the prior testimony from parking enforcement officers, the primary complaint is that they are being followed too closely or videotaped too closely. Now, we'll start with the videotape.
Mm-hmm.
Have you yourself done any videotaping?
Yes, I do videotape, and I do it for 3 reasons. Number one, if something's interesting happening downtown, it's interesting to get footage. Number 2, I do it because I want to get the word out about my political message. I want people to know what I'm doing. And most importantly, I videotape for accountability reasons. I feel like if there is ever an incident between any of the parking enforcement officers or myself, or even members of the public, I'd like there to be an objective record that, as we've been hearing throughout this hearing, eyewitness testimony can be unreliable. So, even with Pete Ayer, he didn't recall the one incident between Jane and himself.
In terms of when you're videotaping a parking enforcement officer, typically how far away from that person are you?
I mean, I guess my ideal distance would be I'd like to be 10 feet in front of them. And on a given day, I can show videos. I don't even have the camera pointed at them for the most part. I'm just holding it down by my side in my hand. So I'm just running it so there'll be an audio record, or if I do need video, that will be available to me.
Now, in terms of the filling of meters, you said you only want to fill the meters that in fact might potentially lead to somebody getting parking.
Yes, sir.
How do you go about doing that? How do you know which meters are likely to lead to the issuance of the parking ticket?
I would say a lot of it has to do with experience. So for the most part, I know that if a vehicle is not marked with a handicap placard and it's in a 2-hour time limit, a 2-hour meter, and the meter is expired, it doesn't have time left on it, that vehicle is likely to receive a ticket.
You typically walk in front of or behind or next to the parking enforcement officer?
I would like to be in front of them so I can fill meters along the path, if you will.
Is there some reason why that doesn't necessarily work?
Unfortunately, the parking enforcement officers, often they will change directions. I believe it's an attempt to issue tickets where, they have in the past walked in a straight line, and sometimes they've even told me where they're going. Like Alan and Jane have both done that to me, or for me, I guess. But, I'd like to be in front of them, and if they come to like a corner or something where let's say there's 3 ways they can go, I may slow down and wait to see which way they're going to go.
If they follow regular, predictable routes, as you said they have on occasion, would you need to be behind them?
That's one remedy that I have talked to Jane about in the past. I feel like if they had an established route that they were required to follow, generally speaking, I realize that it's probably impractical to have a route that is set in stone, but if they kind of did a loop or something that was very predictable, I wouldn't mind being in front of them because ultimately my goal is to prevent or reduce the number of tickets being issued by the city. I think I've talked to Alan about that too. I think I have a record of that.
Now, can you describe the types of verbal exchanges you've had with the three officers?
I would say for the most part, I typically don't talk to the PEOs. As Jane mentioned, generally Jane will often start conversations with me, and I have a video that I'd like to play later of some of that going on, where I'm just walking doing my thing and she's talking to me. She's starting conversations. I would say initially Alan was not very talkative. He eventually kind of opened up and he began talking to me. Linda she's said maybe a few words to me. I generally don't speak to her at all. I would say I do the most talking with Jane. So.
When you say Jane starts conversations, where does she start conversations?
Just whatever, like, maybe she'll see something interesting or she asks me my view. As she mentioned, she's also talked about religion with me. That was one interesting conversation that I had with her. She's asked me about my views and political beliefs. So I would say that besides the one exchange that she mentioned on April 27th, I believe, for the most part, it has been very positive. I try to be, I'm generally kind of a soft-spoken guy, but, if they want to talk, I'll talk to them.
And what happened in that conversation on April 27th?
So earlier in that morning, I had seen some people park in the Gilbo lot, and they were very nicely dressed. And I could hear like bells going off at St. James Church. So I asked them what was going on, and they told me it was a World War II veteran's funeral. And so later on in the day, I encountered Jane issuing tickets to their vehicles. And there was a lot of out-of-towners, people not even in New Hampshire, a lot of people had come. And so I informed Jane that you're issuing tickets to people who are at a funeral. At that point, she told me that the reason that she was doing that was because because of me, she couldn't issue tickets at metered spots because I would put money in and not let her do that, or something to that effect.
So where did the conversation go from there?
I would say it deteriorated quite a bit. I don't remember exactly what was said, but at some point Jane called me a terrorist, and she told me that I need to look up the word anarchy in the dictionary, that I'm an anarchist. And I asked her, have I ever told you I'm an anarchist? And I would say it was definitely a very heated verbal exchange. I don't remember exactly what was said, but I was recording at the time, so I suppose we could retrieve the video.
You mentioned earlier conversation with Jane that you recorded. What was that conversation about?
Which one? I'm sorry?
You mentioned earlier conversation. Was there a conversation you had with her about her interaction with Mr. Colson?
There was. So one day, I don't remember where it was. It was definitely after the lawsuit was filed. I had kind of brought up the topic of Graham allegedly grabbing Jane's arm. And I indicated to her that if that did occur, I thought it was unacceptable. And actually the day that it happened, I guess my understanding is it happened on Roxbury Street. I actually went down there and I looked for security cameras, because I wanted footage of it. Like if Graham had done something, I don't want to associate with the guy. So, unfortunately, to the best of my knowledge, there are no security cameras on Roxbury Street. But I did make an attempt. I was hoping there'd be a bank or something that would possibly have footage of it. But.
Did you make a video of your conversation with Jane?
I did.
Can you please play that for us?
Yes.
Again, he'll go through you to see it.
Yeah, if councils want to move, get in position to be able to see it as well. Do you mind just tilting it a little bit?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Thank you.
I'm going to turn the sound up too.
That's what I mean by like a double standard. I don't think it's like a... See, I guess the idea behind government is they're supposed to protect your rights, right? And clearly, there's been cases where our rights have been violated. People have aggressed against us and nothing happened. That's true, but there is no video evidence of it. And if he did indeed touch you, I agree, 100%, that's unacceptable.
Scott, I mean, I did
I wasn't there.
admit to the police officer when, because they kind of made me before, but I said, I didn't feel threatened, and it wasn't like he hurt me, it was, you know, sometimes you just have a reflex, and it was a reflex to stop me from grabbing the card, was what it was, and I said, he didn't hurt me, I didn't feel threatened. And so I looked at it the same day.
Well, when Graham actually told me about it, he said it happened on Roxbury.
Yeah. Roxbury Main.
I actually went down that afternoon and I went ahead and I looked for security cameras because I wanted to see. And I was going to ask like the business, like, hey, if you guys have footage, I'd like to see it. You know, I'll pay you or whatever because I wanted to see it. So I don't know if Graham's telling the truth, and that's why to me it's so vital to have video.
Yeah.
You know, it's always you versus him. Like, I can have a dash at him because.
But it was actually a better thing if there wasn't, because the camera would have shown him grabbing my hand, and even though it wasn't in a threatening manner, it still would have been assault.
Yeah.
And they could have overruled me going after him. You know, so they could have not listened to what I said, just because they had it on.
So did he grab the card or did he grab you?
He grabbed my wrist, but it wasn't in a, like I said, it wasn't in a way, and I mean, it hurt me to right to him. He didn't hurt me. He grabbed my hand, I said, let go of me right now, and he instantly did.
So I guess in his mind, then he was like trying to defend his property.
Yeah, he was trying to, I had been grabbing the cards, I instigated it, and it got to him, and he went to stop me from grabbing another card. Grabbed me, but like I said, it wasn't in, you know, a rough manner by any means, and I didn't feel threatened, and I didn't feel that it was really an assault. Then,
well, you know,
in a casual conversation, I mentioned it, and I immediately was told that.
Yeah, and I don't know, I guess, you know, I appreciate like, you're not escalating or anything. I try to like come from forgiveness, so, you know, I've definitely, not even robbed me, I had some cop block on my house at the bar. Some girl got arrested for underage drinking. So I was like filming it. Her boyfriend was drunk.
This is the end of it.
The guy actually attacked Garrett. He grabbed Garrett, and I intervened, like I pushed him away. But, like even though he wronged Garrett, I both forgave him. I think I've seen this. Yeah, that's the thing too. Like I always ask the cops, like, come on, like you guys drink underage. You just take them home. Like don't take them to the station. Like come on. I know I sure sell drink underage. I mean, it's great. I won't say everyone does. Some people like my mom, she won't drink at all. Or she'll have like a glass of wine maybe a couple times a year. I mean, we're pretty much, she's the rarity, I would say. There's not too many people
They were kind of off the point.
Well, I think
I
it's about the tone as much as the substance. Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, can I have that admitted as plaintiff's exhibit 1?
Any objection?
No, sir. No, sir.
Is there a separate, particularly is it contained in the desk that you have?
I can provide that too. I don't have it this quick.
We'll provide it.
Defendant's exhibit A it'll be defendant's exhibit A, it's a full exhibit.
James, the city is essentially proposing in this proceeding that court order some type of discipline limitation between you and other Robin Hood activists and parking enforcement officers. There's been suggestions at various times that distance should be 50 feet, 30 feet, 10 feet, etc. What would be the practical effect of a distance limitation on your ability to engage in the Robin Hood activity?
I think it'd make it a lot more difficult to effectively fill the meters and, prevent tickets from being issued. Because like I said in that one example, if I come up to a corner where there's, let's say, 3 ways they can go, since I don't know where they're going, I have to wait for them, and a few times they have indicated to me in the past where they're going. Like, I remember once out in City Hall, Alan told me that he was going to cross the street and go in front of the white church. And so, I just continued on my way because he told me where he was going. I mean, my goal is to fill the meters that would have been ticketed.
The conversation that you had with the parking enforcement officer in the video we just watched, approximately how far away from were you when you had that conversation?
I was pretty close, I would say. Maybe within 5 feet.
If you had been, or required by court order to stay 20, 30 feet away from the parking enforcement officers, could you have that type of communication with them?
I don't think we could actually have a good conversation, between the two parties. It'd be more difficult to, I guess I would be tempted to raise my voice in an attempt to make sure that they can clearly understand me and hear me. So I don't think it would be conducive for that.
Have you ever suggested to a parking enforcement officer that he or she should resign from her job?
I don't recall any specific instances. I know that one time I spoke to Jane about Graham and some of his behavior, and she was saying that she used to be a counselor and she knew that Graham had problems. I don't want to get into it too much, but I said, have you ever considered maybe doing some counseling again? And she said, oh, that's what I was trained to do. So.
Doing some counseling as opposed to being a part of it?
Correct. And I prefaced it. I think there's a video I have of it. I prefaced my statement with, I know this is a point of contention, but have you ever considered doing counseling again or something to that effect?
Now, do you have familiarity with the use of videotape?
I would say yes. I don't have any technical training or anything like that.
In the context of your Robin Hood activity, do you yourself been subject to videotape?
Yes, so as you are aware, an individual named Peter Thomas, I think it was late March 2013, he came out and he began videotaping us. I guess I asked him, I introduced myself to him and he refused to give me his name, but I told him it's customary in an introduction to give each party to introduce themselves. So he eventually told me his name was Peter. So.
And how much, when you say videotaping, you mean like for 30 seconds, a minute?
So when I was about in the downtown area doing Robin Hooding, he would generally follow us with the video camera. And there were a few occasions where the parking enforcement officers had left and he was still walking around asking us questions and videotaping us.
So you were videotaping, or somebody was videotaping the parking enforcement officers, Rob, and he would be videotaping people. Did you get any parking enforcement officers?
Correct.
And for how long was he doing
I think for maybe 2 weeks, if I had to take a guess at it. I'm not entirely sure.
Did he ask any questions?
He did. He asked me a lot of questions.
What sort of things?
You know, kind of why I was out there. He asked me, is there a schedule for it? And then the city actually edited it to make it. I said that the schedule is basically Monday through Saturday. I think I said 9 to 5, but really it's the parking enforcement schedule. It's kind of when I want to be out there. And, you know, he asked some other questions too. I don't recall everything.
Did you ever see those videotapes?
Yes, I actually filed a 91A request, and the city of Keene did issue me the videotapes. I'm not sure they provided all the tapes, because there were some dates when he was out that I never received the videos for. And perhaps he deleted them, I'm not sure.
And what was the length of the tapes that you received?
I honestly have no way of knowing that. It was probably over 30 hours of footage.
How close or far away from you was he?
He would get pretty close to us. I mean, he would. There was a few occasions where I was walking, and there's one point in particular I remember where I was at Michael's or Michelle's or whatever that is at Railroad, and I stopped because Jane had stopped, and I turned and he was like right there, and then Jane walked in front of me, and I think I actually have footage of this. So he was, I don't know, 2 feet from me, behind me.
Was there any discussion with him or anybody else in the city of Keene in terms of the appropriateness of his investigative activities?
I don't think, I never had any conversations with the city of Keene regarding Peter Thomas, no.
Okay.
I asked him if he was acting as a private citizen or if he was being paid by the government. He refused to answer that question.
Did you ultimately find out the answer to that question?
I did. So
how did you find out?
Initially, I found out because someone within the city, I guess, leaked to Ian that the city had hired him to, you know, follow us around and videotape us. And I'm not sure who that was. That was secondhand information to me. But at one point, I guess I suspected it too. Another very strong indicator was the first day I ever met Peter Thomas. He was at Wells Street parking garage, and it was like the end of the day. He actually got into the parking enforcement van with Jane. So I guess I figured like, oh, he must be.
Did you ever receive a copy of his contract?
I did. I also filed a 91A for that.
Thank you.
Council Kennedy.
Cleveland, you've been told numerous times by Jane to back off from her, haven't you?
That's incorrect. I've been told twice that I can remember, both times with Peter Thomas present. And it was obviously a staged speech that she had prepared to give to me. And both times I told her why I disagreed with her.
You've been told numerous times by Lynn to back off, haven't you? and you refused
I don't
to?
recall any time that Lynn has told me that.
You've been told numerous times by Alan to back off, and you refused to do that, haven't you?
I mean, he may have told me once or twice, but I don't recall specifically.
Now, when you do what you do that with other people, as you suggested with Attorney Meyer, correct?
I mean, occasionally I do it by myself, but generally speaking, the ideal configuration would be 2 people, one to fill a meter and one to place a card on the vehicle.
That's the ideal, but you also have had more than 2 people surrounding these parking enforcement officers, haven't you?
I mean, when you said that you've had it, you're implying that somehow I'm leading these people, and I'm not. And I would say initially, January and February was when we had the most groups, and I actually had a conversation with Alan that I have a recording of, where I asked him, what is your biggest complaint towards my activities? And he specifically says, I don't like the large groups.
Listen to my question. You've been out there with more than 2 people on numerous occasions surrounding these 3 PEOs, haven't you?
I mean, I've been out in public with some of the defendants, yes.
Yes, surrounding the 3 PEOs individually, haven't you?
I mean, I don't feel like I surrounded anyone, sir.
Well, you've been out there with Mr. Colson, haven't you? Or surrounding the PEOs?
I guess point
Haven't you?
clarification.
Why don't you answer my question, and then you can explain
No,
it.
he asked you to respond. You can't say the question is not answered non-responsive until he's had a chance to make it.
I'll defer to the judge on this one.
I think what we're going to do is when you pose a question, you're both talking over each other a little bit. Please, Mr. Cleveland, I'll ask Attorney Bauer to let you finish your answer. You pose your question. If it turns out that this is not being responsive to the question, we'll address it at that point.
Thank you.
Pose the question.
So, Mr. Cleveland, on occasion since January, and February, and March, and April, all the way up through September, you've been out surrounding the PEOs with Mr. Colson, haven't you?
I mean, what do you mean by surrounding?
Being within 30 feet of the PEOs with Mr.
Well, in that
Colson.
case, yes.
Okay.
I've been within 30 feet with Graham Colson,
Yeah.
correct.
And you've also been with Garrett Ian within 30 feet of the PEOs over those series of months, correct?
I'm not sure every month, but generally speaking, yes.
Okay, and also with Kate,
Yes,
and also with Ian Freeman,
yes.
and with Peter Iyer.
Peter Iyer has never, to the best of my knowledge, been within 30 feet of a parking enforcement officer who I have been.
Well, you have been, okay. Now, your goal is not just to plug meters, is it?
No, my goal is it's not to plug meters, it's to fill a meter that would have been ticketed.
Right. And you've gone on record that you want to shut down the parking department, haven't you?
I mean, what do you mean by I've gone on record?
Well, I'm asking you the question. You've gone on record, you have said, you've admitted that your goal is to shut down the parking department for the city of Keene. That's your ultimate goal, isn't it?
That's not my goal, Robin Hooding per se. I have spoke to the city council on March 7th about a 3-year proposal to phase out the parking department.
And part of that phasing out, you want to stop the parking enforcement officers from doing their jobs as they're currently defined, don't you?
That's incorrect. So my 3-year proposal would be, I think phase 1, year 1 would be the city of Keene issues bonds to build more parking spots. You know, phase 2, I think it was even a parking structure. I don't remember exactly what I told them. And then phase 3 was a 3-year phasing out of the parking department.
And one way to do that is to prevent the PEOs from doing their day-to-day jobs of checking and handing out parking tickets, isn't it?
I have never prevented them from writing a ticket besides putting the coin in the meter, the expired meter.
Why do you want to shut down the parking department of the city of Keene?
I mean, I would say that I think that parking, is it possible that it could be handled in other ways? And I think it is. There's a city in Connecticut that, they had a dying downtown, and they actually removed the parking meters and they kind of freed it up. And then the marketplace went in and solved it, and now it's no longer an issue. So they just built more spots, and it worked. So.
And under your proposal, there would not be any parking enforcement officers for the city of Keene, under your version, correct?
Under my 3-year proposal?
Yeah.
I would say that's accurate.
Okay. And so in the interim, as part of that plan, as part of that design to eliminate the parking department for the city of Keene, you believe that you want to plug meters to prevent these folks from doing their jobs, right?
I mean, I don't view it as preventing them from doing their jobs. I view it as I'm helping my neighbor out, and I'm saving someone from the $5 and possibly court if they had chose to challenge the ticket.
Now, why do you need to be within 30 feet of these parking enforcement officers to do whatever you want to do?
Well, so suppose I went downtown and I just randomly fed expired meters. There's a chance, let's say I put 12 minutes in a vehicle in the meter, and then the vehicle owner leaves at 15 minutes, and the parking enforcement officer never walked by. That's not truly a save, in my opinion. So therefore, I don't want to give the city of Keene money. That's not my goal. My goal is to fill the meters so that parking tickets will not be issued.
Your goal is that parking tickets not be issued by the PEOs, right?
Well,
isn't that what you just said?
My goal is, I don't believe that the time limits necessarily should be enforced. The parking enforcement officers have chalked tires. They come back in, let's say, 2.5 hours, and they'll see if the cars are still there. I'm not as opposed to that.
Now, you can protest and do all the activities that you want to do about where I'm standing, which is about 10 yards away, can't you?
Not really. Like I mentioned with Attorney Meyer, it's very difficult to have a conversation with one of the enforcers if they want to initiate one or I want to.
But you've been told by these 3 people, haven't you, time and time again, that by and large what you do is to frustrate them, to irritate them, and to harass them. They've said that to you time and time again, haven't they?
No, not really.
Were you here for the testimony of these 3 folks?
I mean, I was, but it was very vague, and they didn't specifically say, James Cleveland told me this on this date, which I have tried to do with my testimony. I've tried to be as specific and honest as I possibly can be.
Page 17 of the photographs, which have been marked as a full exhibit, I think it's 7. Are you in that photograph?
Let me make sure I'm on the right one. This one?
Yes, sir. Page
yes,
17.
I'm on the left side of the screen there.
And what do you have in your hand?
I have a Sony camera.
And how close are you to Jane?
I mean, it's difficult to tell. I would guess 6 feet.
And who is the individual to your left?
His name is Chris.
And what is Chris doing?
Chris is running a video camera and talking to Parking Enforcement Officer James.
Do you know who Chris is?
I do.
What's Chris's last name?
Cantwell.
And is he one of these volunteers that you've spoken about?
Not really. He indicated that to me that his purpose on going out there was just to talk to the parking enforcement officers. I don't believe that he actually put any change in the meters. He didn't have any Robin Hood cards. to my knowledge, he had no change, so.
And who is the other individual to Chris's left?
That is Daryl,
And what's Daryl's last name?
Perry.
And who is Daryl Perry?
He's a gentleman that lives here in town.
Is he a friend of yours?
I would say yes.
And so this is one photograph of three people who are videotaping Jane here. And would you agree with me that Jane does not look like she wants you within the proximity that you three folks are?
Well, on that particular day, sir, she did not tell us at any point that she wanted more space.
How about on page 18? Are you on the photograph on page 18 of Exhibit 7?
Yes, I'm on the left side.
And are you running across the street?
Yes, I am.
And you're running after Jane?
That appears to be what's going on.
Okay, who's the fellow in front of you who's also running after Jane?
That is Miss Chris Campbell. I'm sorry.
And you are approximately 30 feet from Jane there, aren't you?
I mean, I have no way of knowing how far I am.
You ever play football?
Nope.
Don't know what a first down is?
Mm-mm.
It's 30 feet or 10 yards.
I know it's 10 yards, but
Okay. You're about 10 yards away from Jane there, aren't you?
I guess.
And you're running after her.
I'm running after her because she is trying to get to Federal Street, as she mentioned, to issue more tickets.
She's trying to get away from you, isn't she?
Incorrect. She's trying to get to Federal Street to issue more tickets. Which she indicates in the video. We'd like to watch it.
Now, how do you communicate with your other defendant volunteers?
I mean, as mentioned, we do have handheld radios that we use. Sometimes, we'll use cell phones, text messaging, things like that.
And so you'll be next to, for example, Lynn in her vicinity, and you'll call somebody and say, come on in, she's over here on such and such street, right?
I mean, sometimes I may be the only one out there.
But rarely. Isn't that what your testimony was? Rarely you're out by yourself?
Well, let's say Saturday morning, I would be the only one out there at 8 o'clock in the morning.
And have you heard today's testimony under oath by Jane that because of your activities, she will not work on Saturdays? Did you hear that testimony?
I did.
Because of you?
Well, she's never expressed that to me in person in the past, so.
You thought...
We're at a logical breaking point to take our afternoon recess whatever line.
Sounds good, Jim.
I think I showed this.
All right. Okay, I'm ready to do
Some stretching inside.
So you fellas come here often?
I'm sorry, can you talk to me?
No, I just asked if you fellas come here often.
Oh.
But they'd like to come more often, it means more billable hours.
I forgive you for threatening me with a cage.
Is that right?
Yeah, for exhaling vapor out there. Apparently that's smoking. We're in a government building.
Mr. Searles, do you know the difference between vapor and smoke?
Yeah, see,
All rise.
Good afternoon again. Please be seated. Mr. Cleveland, if you would resume to stand. Please have a seat.
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Cleveland, since January, over the last several months, how many times have you and your colleagues, these defendants, been out on the street following the PEOs? How many times? Let's do it on a weekly basis.
All right, I object to the question. It was compound. First you said you, and then you said and your colleagues. It has to be separated.
I think it's fair.
I'll break it down. Mr. Cleveland, how many times have you been out following the 3 PEOs on a weekly basis since January?
So in January and February, I was in between work. And so as Jane had mentioned, I would typically go out Monday through Friday, just kind of whenever. And I guess initially I kind of had this, I'd go to the library and I'd go read at some points, but, I would say it was very consistent those first 2 months.
So 5 days out of Monday through Friday?
That's probably accurate.
And how about Saturday?
Saturday, initially, I don't think I was going out that much on Saturdays. I definitely did go out January and February.
So January and February, about 5 times a week. And this was, I think you've already said, whenever the PEOs were out there, you would go out there and follow them, right?
Well, I'd go out there and try to put change in the meters to prevent tickets, yes.
And during that time frame, you had other defendants with you, didn't you?
Occasionally, sometimes, I guess initially I would, like in early January, I'd pretty much do it myself, but
Well, tell us who else you had out there with you in January and February of the defendants.
I would say probably Garrett was out there in January.
Garrett Ian.
Who else? I don't recall when Graham began Robin Hooding, but I don't believe it was in January.
It was late January.
Okay.
Attorney Meyer, that's the last, that there've been a couple. Mr. Colson, if there's another
It
outbreak.
won't happen again, Your Honor.
And so then moving into the springtime, how often were you out there in the spring?
Typically, I'd work Monday through Friday.
When did you get a job?
Probably March, early March.
So how often were you out there on a weekly basis?
Usually I was just out on Saturdays. Sometimes I would, come home from work and, maybe do an hour or so.
And so then most of your days were on Saturdays, right?
Correct.
So most of your interactions were dealing with Jane, haven't they been?
And then occasionally, I guess since then, March through September, there have been some weekdays that I've gone out.
You've been out there with the other defendants too, haven't you?
Yes.
And that includes Garrett Ian, correct? Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Graham Colson.
Yes.
And Ian Freeman.
Yes.
And Kate.
Yes.
And how about Peter? You said no?
Peter, he was not very interested in going out and trying to fill parking meters, so not really, no.
Now, you've been involved in two fisticuffs, haven't you, where you've been involved in them? One is photographed and the other one's down by this parking lot?
I'm not sure. I'm only aware of one.
Which one is that?
The one that Jane refers to in her affidavit.
And that's the one that's depicted in the photograph?
Correct.
Okay. And so you weren't there. Who was at that other one? Was that Garrett Ian and Graham Colson, right?
Yes.
And you've acknowledged in your answer that the PEOs asked you to stay 15 feet back from them, haven't you?
Yes, but I feel like it was not their request per se. It was obviously a staged event. The only time they've ever made a request like that has been with Peter Thomas standing there.
And when did Peter Thomas?
I don't recall the exact date. It was late March.
Okay. Your answer on page 6 of your answer says the PEOs initially asked James Cleveland, that's your signature, isn't it, sir?
Yes.
To remain 15 feet away from them, right? Isn't that what you said?
Yes.
And then it goes on to say that even after asking James to stay 15 feet, none of the PEOs seem to have a problem of you entering within 15 feet.
It doesn't say me. It says I'm talking about them entering within 15 feet.
So you didn't stay.
So they made this request.
Excuse me, let me ask the question.
Okay.
You didn't stay 15 feet back.
I mean, there were times when what I'm saying there in the answer is, even after they made that request, there were multiple occasions when the PEOs, on their own volition, entered within 15 feet of me.
Well, let me ask you the direct question. Sir, are you willing to stay 30 feet away from these PEOs as they have requested you to do so?
No.
So, with regard to the use of these cards, which are Exhibit 4, is this the type of card that you were testifying about with Mr. Meyer that you would use?
Yes.
And would Kate use these cards?
Yes.
And would Ian use these cards?
I mean, I believe so. I don't know for sure.
And would Colson use these cards?
Yes.
And would, who have I missed here? Garrett, right?
Yes.
And he would use these cards.
That's right.
And so where did everybody get these cards?
Well, as I mentioned in my testimony with Attorney Meyer, there was a local graphics artist who we had mentioned. So in the past, when Robin Hood used, they'd leave envelopes on vehicles. And I made a request to him, would he help us design a business card, because I thought that...
Who is this person?
His name is Marcus.
Marcus what?
Connor.
Go ahead.
I made a request to him that I thought business cards would be a better thing for a variety of reasons, because they're easier to carry, you can carry more of them, you don't have to pack the envelope, they're easier to slide into wiper blades. Yeah, as opposed to lifting the wiper blade and then putting an envelope, you can just slide the card in there.
And you can slide these cards in any vehicle, anywhere, and stay 30 feet back from these PEOs, can't you?
I mean, I can. However, I still want to exercise my freedom of speech to have a conversation with them if I prefer.
And you can videotape the PEOs 30 feet back, can't you?
I mean, I can. You're correct.
And you can make saves, as you've said, 30 feet back from these PEOs, can't you?
I can, except that they will change directions, and then I don't know where they're going, so I can't stay in front of them, which I would prefer to do. And as I previously mentioned, I only want to fill parking meters that would have been ticketed.
And the reason you only want to fill those meters is because your ultimate goal is to shut down the parking enforcement for the city, right?
I mean, my goal in filling meters is, as I mentioned, I don't believe that parking should be a crime. I don't think it harms anyone. I don't agree that a ticket should be issued if there is one spot taken and 10 empty spots. I feel like that a ticket should not be issued at that point. And, you know, I've expressed in the past to the parking enforcement officers, if they only enforced at peak hours, and I would define peak hours as maybe 95% or more occupancy. That's just my definition, where it could be difficult to find a spot, then they could enforce, and I would be a little more okay with it.
And one of the things you've already said is that you, in shutting down the parking enforcement, whether it's phased in or more immediate, is to put the parking enforcement people out of work.
I mean, that's not my intention.
I would ask Nancy.
I think we are covering some of the same ground, but the objection's overruled. And I think we have gotten an answer.
My intention in Robin Hooding, I mean, I would say that I hold no personal animosity towards any of the parking enforcement officers. I think that, you know, they're okay people. I don't agree with the job that they're doing per se, but I've never followed them off duty. To my knowledge, I've never chatted with them off duty. I know Linda's seen me. She goes to the library some Saturdays. I've never talked to her. I don't want to talk to them. You know, my goal, I guess, it would be like if you wanted to privatize the trash collection of a city. You may have that goal because you think it would run better, not because you want to put the trash collectors out of work. So my goal in Robin Hooding is not necessarily to put these people out of work. It's a protest against something that I see as an injustice. I don't agree with parking tickets. I think that they're bad for businesses downtown because the argument is if there is no parking enforcement, that people will take the spots all day. And maybe that's a valid argument, but I would argue the people who do come and shop downtown, you know, they may, let's say, park their vehicle, eat a meal, get issued a ticket. Their incentive is not to come back. Not to mention people who are visiting Keene. I've got a lot of letters in the mail, you know, when I leave my little green, or emails, green flyer, you know, basically I was visiting out of town. This soured my experience of Keene. So I feel that it's bad for the city, it's bad for the small businesses in Keene, and I don't propose to know the perfect solution for parking. I do think that there are a few things that could be done in the interim. Ultimately, I would like to, as I mentioned, have more spaces built. I would like to phase out the parking department. But I don't do that because I don't advocate that position out of spite for the enforcers. You know, I have no, I guess, personal feelings against them in any way. And, you know, I've had really good conversations with them. I've enjoyed being around them.
And you can do all of those things from the distance that you and I are, can't you?
No, because if I'm trying to have a conversation with Jane at 30 feet, it's almost like I'm involving everyone within earshot because I'd have to raise my voice.
Sir, you know that Jane doesn't want to have a conversation with you anymore. You know that now, don't you?
Well, sir, I would say that she is a government employee, and if she does not wish to have a conversation with me when she is off duty, I can understand that. However, I reserve my right under Article 8 of the New Hampshire Constitution to have a conversation with said employee when they're on duty, acting in their official capacity. And I also reserve my right to have a speech, whether that speech is hostile, which I don't think I've been that hostile personally, or just mundane, just talking about, let's say, the weather with Jane.
You sound like you're a student of the law in this area. Have you come across the case of Glick versus the First Circuit?
I think I mentioned it in my answer.
Your Honor, I do not see the, I'm sorry. Let me say relevant that the court wants application.
He brought up the Constitution. I just want to see whether he's familiar with a comfortable remove away from government officials doing their job. That's all I'm asking.
That wasn't the, wait, that wasn't the question.
I said,
if
are
you
you
wanted to
familiar?
ask the question, that's fine, but he said, are you familiar with GLIC?
Right. That's what GLIC stands for.
It's not what, That's not
Okay, I
what
think
it
we're
stands
off the point of
That's
that.
the most absurd characterization of GLIC.
Okay, that's not necessary. You can make your arguments as the evidence without.
Right,
without-
but I guess my point is, we immediately get into arguments over what GLIC stands for. And it's fine for me to argue with Attorney Bauer on that point, but it's not fine for Attorney Bauer to start arguing with a witness about
I'm
that.
not arguing, I'm asking a question.
You are, we're going to characterize it that way. Inevitably, we're going to characterize the case that way. The witness is no response, he's not a lawyer.
How is the witness's understanding of the Blake case relevant to the issue before the court?
I want to know whether if he's well versed on the law as he's suggesting that he is in the last answer, whether he knows the principles of Glick out of the First Circuit, which is directly relevant.
We'll have a legal argument at the end of proceedings to argue the law. I think if you have a specific question, and Attorney Meyer, it's really only because there was an invocation of the Constitution that I'm even allowing this exchange. If you have a brief area that you want to examine him on, I'm going to allow it, but not to debate the law on First Amendment. That's for argument. That's for the proceedings at the end.
A related point. If Attorney Bauer was going to ask his witness about what GLIC stands for, what GLIC doesn't stand for, at the very minimum, the witness is entitled to review a copy of that opinion.
Can we move on, counsel? I want to have a further discussion with the bench. Honestly, if I'm not really sure how debating these issues with the witness is going to be helpful or enlightening about the issue before the court.
Let me ask you a factual question. Moving on. You said you're a registered voter.
Yes.
Do you understand that there are regulations that individuals who have political persuasion one way or another have to be a certain feet or distance from the polling places?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Are you familiar with abortion clinics and the limitations that courts have imposed on individuals who protest with regard to abortion advice? Are you aware of those factual situations?
I wasn't really aware. I've done some very minimal reading online about such issues as that.
Are you aware of requirements that courts impose on individuals wanting to videotape and in the courtroom?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Berger.
Redirect.
So you were cross-examining again at some length about the fact that Damon allegedly doesn't want to have conversations with you. Has that in fact been your experience, that she doesn't want to converse with you?
Not really. I have a lot of footage of...
Do you have a video that can demonstrate the conversational?
Yes, I do.
Please select.
I think I get witnesses testified to this. What more is the video going to add to that?
I think it's...
You played a particular video showing a fairly pleasant exchange.
But it's yes, I have. But I think this point, and I agree that arguably every pleasant exchange is redundant. But the argument is fairly central to this case. I mean, the claim is that they're engaging in verbal harassment, harassing a witness by approaching too closely, following around that she's miserable and upset and needs counseling, and generally it's so bad that she can't even do her job anymore and she wants to leave. And I think that the actual interactions between the individuals involved in wrongdoing and the parking enforcement officers, without editorializing on either side, are the best evidence and what to me is really a central point. Now, there are hundreds of things. I'm only asking to show one more. How long is it, James?
I think it's 6 minutes.
1 6 minute thing.
Not a problem.
Thank you.
And Attorney Bauer, for you.
Yep.
So I guess this is on June 29th of this year.
part of the program?
A few more comments.
Why don't you stop it?
He's so wet, he's still going.
I mean, it's just,
I got some mental fortitude.
it's another minute. That's Garrett up there.
Okay, cool. Well, thanks for coming out and helping us. You got cards and whatnot. You get us in a second.
All right, James, in that tape, there's a lot of heavy breathing. What's that all about?
Like I said, the parking enforcement officers would walk very quickly, change directions, and as it's kind of mentioned, it's almost as an attempt to make what I'm doing more difficult.
Who's doing heavy breathing?
Oh, that's me.
Why are you doing heavy breathing?
But as you can see from the video, I'm running to try to be ahead of them and check meters before they can get to them.
And there's a lot of laughing going on. Who's doing the laughing?
I have a really bad habit where I do a lot of laughing, and Jane is doing laughing as well.
And you're both laughing and you're being out of shape?
I would say that's accurate.
I'd like to have that marked as defendant's exhibit.
Any objection?
Okay.
And it's B, close to it. And again, we're going to need, at some point after to just supply the discs with.
James, there's been testimony about, you've been asked about approaching parking enforcement officers. Have there been ever circumstances where they've approached you?
Yes, there was one case in particular I remember. I was shooting video. I was at the edge of Yobo. I was on the west side. Kind of, I was at the edge of it, and Linda was parked. And she was on the telephone, so I was kind of standing back. And she actually approached me and put her back almost like right against my camera. I didn't say a word to her. I was like, I don't know what's going on, but I just kept filming. And eventually she did move away from me, but it was very odd behavior.
Now, in terms of this 30-foot proposal, how would that operate when you get into a crosswalk?
It would be very difficult to stay in front of them. If I'm required to stay a certain distance away, I would, in theory, not be able to pass them on sidewalks. Even if I wasn't broadening, I think, I don't know, but also there are circumstances where I may be impeded from crossing the street because of traffic. An example of that would be at a crosswalk. There have been multiple occasions over these last 9 months when I'm walking, I'm in front of them, and I come to a crosswalk, and because of traffic, I have to stop. And there's really nowhere for me to go because of the configuration of downtown Keene.
And then what happens?
Usually the parking enforcer will approach me, and they'll push the little button, the crosswalk signal, or whatever you call it.
And so that they come up and they're beside blocking next to you?
Yes.
You were asked by Attorney Bauer about whether you could videotape 30 feet away. Would videotaping from 30 feet away, in your opinion, affect the quality of the videotaping vis-a-vis the three goals that you outlined earlier?
Absolutely, especially as you saw in this last video, you are moving, so it can be difficult to film. And this was a good video where I'm I had a local helping me that day, but I was basically on my own, so I'm trying to film just so I have it running. But if more of us are out, I can definitely film better, more stable shot. From 30 feet away, that's almost to the, you would need a tripod to get a stable shot. Even with the zoom feature, there's going to be a lot of shaking involved. And I've had videos where I have filmed, not even the parking enforcement officers, but police or whoever else at 30 feet. And it is very difficult without a tripod, even if you try to push the camera against you or whatever else to keep a stable, steady shot.
Is the risk that your view is going to be interfered with by something between you and the person who's filming?
That's another concern. And another concern on that, so I guess there's three concerns I have. Stability, as you mentioned, something coming between the shot. And if you're 30 feet away, there could even be circumstances where, because of the environment, you can't move to get a better shot. And then the last one I have a concern about is audio. Even as you saw with Jane, let's say 15 feet behind me, I had to add subtitles. It's very difficult to make out what exactly is being said.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Cleveland, you would agree, wouldn't you? This is really a balancing of interests. Your interest to do what you want to do, and the interest of the PEOs to perform their responsibilities.
No.
You wouldn't agree with that?
Nope.
Attorney Bauer, in terms of additional witnesses,
I'm going to call Garrett Ian. It's going to be very brief, and then Mr. Meyer can examine him as he wishes.
Mr. Cleveland just move the video tape, or sorry, the laptop. Swear the testimony you give this afternoon is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I affirm my honesty. Thank you. If you could be seated and state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Garrett Ian, last name E-A-N.
How old are you, sir?
24.
What's your educational background?
I graduated from Concord High School. I did 2 years and got an associate's degree in criminal justice from New Hampshire Technical Institute. And I spent 2 years in Sarasota, Florida, where I received a bachelor's degree in criminology from the University of South Florida.
In what year?
2010 was my graduating year from college.
Mr. Ian, you've gone on record that you want to shut down the parking department of the city, haven't you?
I don't recall ever going on record saying that. Are you referring to something in particular?
Let me show you an article in which you're quoted. I'll just put an X next to it. I'll get you a copy, John. Take a moment to look at that, please.
I have read it.
Okay. You gave an interview to a news reporter, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
You have to verbalize your
Yes.
answer. And you were quoted as saying, and if you'll read along with me, quote, "This is one instance when you can physically prevent an enforcement mechanism of government from occurring. The idea that you can physically shut down an enforcement arm of the government, and we're not at that level of success yet, but it's a goal to shoot for, end quote. Those are your words, aren't they?
Yes.
I'd like to show you also a videotape. And this is you giving an interview, isn't it?
That's what it appears to be. This was after the lawsuit was filed.
Is that fair? Well, I've asked the enforcers how they would relate it to the police and if they think it would be more productive to follow the police around. And they believe so.
But I guess I don't really understand why you're following them around. It basically what you started. But does it save people tickets by following them around?
Yes, if you are not at least ahead of the enforcer to fill the meters, then they could be writing tickets somewhere where you're filling meters and you're just effectively giving the city money. Where if you're in front of the enforcers, you're able to make it so that they can't write any tickets that day, that nobody's getting any tickets. So that's what's important about being within the proximity of the enforcers.
Okay. And maybe it's partially, and I'm trying to really be open-minded about this, because obviously somewhere along the line you have an opinion on it, but it just doesn't seem right to me that if you're being a Robin Hood and you're trying to help other people, you're now, like, you're following this leader person they're just trying to do their job.
And they can still try to do it, but they just probably won't be able to the enforcement mechanism on it. They can still patrol the streets and look for infractions. They can still write 2-hour tickets, which I guess is what some of the business owners would prefer that they do rather than meter tickets, because
So this is you saying that your goal, your personal goal, is to shut down parking enforcement in the city, isn't it?
Yes, to the extent of enforcing the meter violation.
And you have said on occasions to Lynn and to Jane and to Alan that you're out there to prevent them from giving out tickets.
That is my goal, to prevent the issuance of tickets.
And you've said that to them.
I'm not sure if I've relayed that to Linda since I haven't done much talking to her. But yes, we've probably conversed about it, myself and Jane and Alan.
And so you have told that, you've at least told, let me put it this way, you acknowledge that you have said to Alan and Jane that your goal is to shut down the parking enforcement of the city. And one way to do that is to do what you've been doing, right?
Well, the parking enforcement of the city, I'm only able to stop them from writing the meter violations. I've never really made any effort to prevent the issuance of 2-hour violations. So, yeah, there's only so much enforcement that you can physically shut down by the action.
And you've told them that one of the ways to do that is to have these folks quit their job, haven't you?
I don't know if I've ever relayed that specifically.
Have you heard the testimony today?
Yes, most of it.
In fact, you've told people that you'd actually find them another job. When I say people, PEOs, that you'd find them another job, haven't you?
I've heard other defendants in this case talk about that. I don't believe I've ever offered job referral services or suggested that I could.
The black binder that you have in front of you, Exhibit 7. Page 1. You are photographing and videotaping Jane there, aren't you?
That is what is depicted.
That is yes. You are videotaping Jane there, aren't you?
Yes, I was holding a video camera on February 6th. I may or may not have had it mounted on an X grip. I believe at about that time I had bought a new stabilizer for it, which made holding it a lot more convenient. If I didn't have that stabilizer, I was likely holding the camera by hand.
And you are within several feet of her, aren't you?
We could actually pull out the video camera I filmed it on and see how far away one would be if Jane is framed this much in the frame. I would estimate that this is at least several feet,
because as you can see, most of her upper body and her head is in the frame, which means that you're at a considerable distance if you're getting most of someone in the frame.
And by several feet, you mean 3 feet, don't you?
No, this would be further away than 3 feet. 3 feet, I would estimate, would maybe get from her chest to the top of here. So that's why I'm estimating this is further away. If you like, I have the camera. We could actually frame someone up and see how far away they are.
How close were you? How close were you when you took a photograph of number 1?
I would estimate between 5 and 8 feet.
And how about with regard to photograph number 2?
It looks like maybe there's a tad bit more distance there, as we see more of the top of Jane's head. So maybe I'd estimate this one to be 6 to 12.
And how about with regard to 3? Who's doing the recording of that of Graham Colson and Jane?
Yes, in this instance.
Is that you?
Yes. According to the tags here, this came from Freeman TV Raw, a video that I uploaded,
and how about
a video that I filmed. And as you can see from the way this is framed, we have most of Graham in the frame. You can see from just above his knees to almost the top of his head. And here Jane is considerably closer to the camera. I'm probably about the same distance from her in this photograph as Graham is. And I would estimate that Graham was maybe further than was stated earlier based on the framing in this photo.
Okay, so you were about 3 or 4 feet away from Jane, correct?
Yeah, I'd say it's a safe estimate.
How about photograph 4? Who's taking that photograph?
This is labeled as having come from Graham's camera, and as I am in the frame, I am being filmed. You can see I'm holding my camera at the bottom of the frame.
And were you part of Exhibit 5 or Photograph 5? Were you in the vicinity when that photograph was taken of Mr.
Based on the timestamps, yes, this photograph is a cap from 106 in the video, and page 5 is a cap from the same video at 139, so I couldn't have been too far away. But I wasn't taking the photo nor my hand.
But you were there.
I was in the vicinity.
And all of these photographs, you are in the vicinity of all of these photographs, aren't you?
I can verify that.
Take a look, sure. You're either taking...
I captured... You want me to flip through and just say which ones I captured or was
Sure.
First image. I captured this image.
Which number? By number?
Page 1. I captured it, I uploaded it.
We've already done
that.
5. Let's not usually
We're up
read
to
each one. 5.
We're up to 6.
Alright, page 6. This was filmed by Graham. It's the same video as the last 2 photos, but it's a considerable time later. I may or may not have been nearby at the time. You can probably go check the video and find out. Page 7. This is identified as having come from an edited video. The raw video is available online. I can get that information for everyone, so we're using the best evidence.
Is that you photographing the fight?
No, Graham took this video, and I was standing maybe at Graham's 4 o'clock, so considerably to the right of where this is being shot.
Now, there's two physical altercations that you've been a part of or been
I've
a
witnessed
witness of. 3. This one?
Yep.
One in the...
This is Nick McAllister, so the confrontation with Nick McAllister.
What are the other 2?
Another man named Travis Hobbs attacked myself and Graham at a later date. In that instance, Jane called the police. I think it's been spoken about earlier. And there was another incident referenced, which Jane was a partial witness to, where a man named Bradford Hutchinson came up and waved something, presumably pepper spray, in my face. It started de-escalating, and then he grabbed me or something, and I just pushed him away. He was following myself and Jane for a considerable distance, I believe maybe like 4 or 5 more minutes, before he eventually wandered off. So there were 3 times that I've either been either attacked or witnessed an attack involving someone like a member of the public.
And you've also had citizens come up to you and tell you to stop interfering with them, with the PDOs doing their job. That's true.
Sure, there's been a variety of people that come up to us with a variety of responses. Some people love us, some people don't like us, some people are neutral, have concerns, and just want to learn more.
And so your area of expertise in all of this is primarily videotaping, isn't it?
Well, I'd say I'm one of the more prolific
videography activists in Keene, yes, I upload almost everything I shoot, I upload raw to the internet.
And you can,
creating an archive.
and you can do these videotaping from 30 feet back, can't you?
Well, if the subject of your photography is 30 feet away, you're a considerable distance from the subject. You're not getting
And you can do the videotaping 30 feet away, sir, can't
It
you?
is physically possible to videotape something from 30 feet away.
And you can get your message across 30 feet away, can't you?
I'm not sure that I can say that I can get my message across from a certain distance, because the nature of the question frames it in such a way that I'm automatically limiting the effectiveness and my ability to get my message out initially from the starting point of just being 30 feet away. So yes, I'd say it is a considerable infringement.
Yes, I'm sorry, so
It's a considerable infringement on my ability to get any message across.
You can do it, can't you?
I can try, and I probably wouldn't be too successful at it. My voice gets very coarse if I have to yell. And I don't want to yell, honestly. I don't want to try and talk to people from 30 feet away. If I can't have a normal conversation with them, I'm really not interested.
And you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that this is a balancing of your interests in terms of doing what you want to do and the PEO's interests of trying to do their job. You would agree that it's a balancing of interests, wouldn't you?
In the sense that every human interaction is a balancing of interest, yes. In every human being that we all interact with, we respect their rights and we converse with them or whatever it is. However we interact with people is always a balancing of other people's interests. If someone's occupying a space, you can't put yourself into occupying that space. You have to respect, the bubble around people, things like that.
And you know that they have asked you to expand that bubble many, many times.
Many, many times would be an incorrect statement. I could list these specific instances in which I've been asked for space if you'd like.
Go right ahead.
Okay, I believe the first time I was ever asked to give more space or to keep distance was from parking enforcer Linda, and it was in the Gilbo parking lot, and this was in February. Myself and Kate were in the Gilbo lot, and she was walking. I was trying to, I believe, crossing the street in Gilbo north to south. I started going that way, and she turned around, and after she passed by me, she passed by at maybe a distance of 6 to 10 feet. She said, "Please keep your distance," and put her hand up. And so I stopped advancing and let her, put some distance between us before I continued on. So in that instance, I would say I totally respected that request. She's also asked me not to talk to her, and I haven't for that reason. Another instance of more space being asked. Alan referenced an incident in which we almost collided. There was only one instance I recall of us ever nearly colliding. I have never bumped into any of the parking enforcers or had any unprivileged physical contact with them, nor have I observed any of the other Robin Hooders or anybody just on the streets, from what I understand. I don't think I've ever seen an assault on the parking enforcers from anyone. Another instance where more space was asked, when Peter Thomas came out, when you see the videos of when he first meets each Robin Hooder on video, he instructs or sort of suggests to the parking enforcer that they read a statement or make a statement. So it was clear that this was a prepared statement. And the one time in which, when I first met Mr. Thomas, it was when I was out parking, when I was out Robin Hooding and Jane was out, and he prompted her to deliver a message. And she said that I would like you to please not be within, or to please keep a distance of 15 feet. And I said, well, 15 feet, that seems like a considerable distance or something like that. And then she also said, oh, and also don't talk to me. So I tried to respect that as best I could. I questioned in my mind the validity of the request. But I believe it was within 20 or 30 minutes. I was again having a conversation with Jane, and we were within 15 feet, and there was no issue of space invasion or anyone making any other points. So aside from those instances of being told that I may have been within space, I've always respected the space of the parking enforcement, and for that reason, none of them, other than those 3 instances I pointed out, have they asked for space.
How many times, how many defendants have you been with when you have been around the parking enforcement officers?
Well, I've seen all of the people that are here as defendants today have been out Robin Hooding. I can't say for sure that each of them has been Robin Hooding while each particular enforcer is out per se, but,
Do you use a radio or some type of walkie-talkie to communicate with the other defendants?
yeah, my radio is dual purpose. I have my MP3 player plugged into an FM transmitter. So while I'm not getting calls from people, if anything's going on, I'll also be playing music.
And you tell the other defendants to come back or come down because Jane is at a certain street or that Lynn is at a certain street?
Well, relaying a message, I wouldn't really say I'm telling anyone to do anything, because it isn't like if I put out the notice that there's a parking enforcer at a particular place that anyone's necessarily going to hear it or show up. So telling people to come down, no, but putting out over the radio, hey, Garrett is down here Robin Hooding at Roxbury Street, if somebody wants to come down. So yeah, I'd say it's not telling anyone to do anything.
And do you follow around the parking enforcement officers up to 25 hours a week or so?
No, I'd say it's more like 10 to 12 hours a week.
Well, let me again point your attention to the news article. And I'll show you where I've checked. Why don't you just read that into the record, please?
Ian, who makes a living landscaping and cooking in addition to the 24 hours or so per week he volunteers with Robin Hood of Keene, said he plans to defend himself against the city's claims using video evidence.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'm going to ask that be marked as a full exhibit.
Now, I would say that at the time that interview was given.
No, I don't. Can you mark it?
Can I speak to?
Not yet.
Okay. That's nice.
I'm sorry, Darrell.
That's exhibit 9.
Thank you. Mr. Ian, you were here in August.
Wait, he didn't have a chance to answer the question. You asked him a question, the question was pending.
Right, yeah, I would like to address the...
I don't remember any
The
pending
question was about the 24 hours. You asked him about the 24 hours. You're not quite sure answering the question.
You spend 25 hours or so a week.
That statement was accurate at the time that it was delivered,
This
but
was
I'd say...
May of 2013.
I was under the impression that when you asked me the question just now, you're speaking to presently, and I'd say for the past few weeks, it's been more like 10 to 12 hours.
And is it Monday through Friday?
Or Saturday.
I'm sorry, Monday through Saturday?
Yes.
And you have personally followed Alan, haven't you?
While he was working, yes.
Jane?
Yes.
Lynn?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that you could do all of the activities that you want to do 30 feet back from these folks to keep in peace?
I could attempt to do the activities I'm doing, but they would be considerably limited.
I'm not sure whether I asked you, do you work?
Yes.
What do you do for work?
I cook food for people, I mow lawns, I shovel snow. Attorney Meyer, again, it's about 20 minutes before, we'll go to about 4 o'clock. If there's a logical, I'd like to start, but I'll defer to you. If there's a point as we reach nearly 4 that you'd like to stop.
Yeah, I think that in addition to the Honor, I think there was some miscommunication between Attorney Bauer and myself, and I thought that Mr. Eaton wasn't going to testify until tomorrow. So there's a video that I was asking him to bring that he doesn't have a chance today.
Not a problem.
So, but I'll certainly start the video right now.
Absolutely.
Garrett, you were asking questions about your proposal about shutting down parking enforcement. So I think specifically what you said is shut down the enforcement arm. Now, what did you mean by that?
What I meant was through the act of Robin Hooding, and by Robin Hooding I mean filling meters, not harassing parking enforcers as the city tries to characterize it. By the act of going out and filling meters, one is physically able to prevent there from being enforcement for this violation. You're able to bring everyone into compliance with this law pretty much. So
by bringing everyone into compliance with their meter, you're making it so that there is no enforcement that needs to happen. There's nothing to collect upon. There's nobody doing anything wrong, pretty much. So that's what I mean by shutting down the enforcement. No enforcement needs to happen when the meters are off.
And what is your reason for wanting to do that?
I guess what motivates me to be in the streets more often, I'd say it's the experiences that I have when I'm out there. The few times I've done this activism prior to this, prior to it becoming very consistent, I found it was very rewarding. People like it. It garners attention, both positive and negative, as I found out. But it's something that I feel raises a lot of consciousness about people's ability to protect each other from this enforcement mechanism of government. Like, I don't think the parking enforcers are bad people because they're out writing tickets, but I don't think tickets need to be written. So to me, I find it rewarding to prevent that from having to happen, and I'm motivated to continue doing that by the positive response I've gotten from it.
Do you believe that parking should be simply a private enforcement rather than government function?
I'm sorry?
Do you believe that parking should be a private enforcement rather than a government function?
To be honest, I don't really believe in government functions fundamentally, so I kind of say yes, but I'm not really of the opinion that like my activism is motivated towards turning parking over to the market or anything like that.
You describe it as being one to privatize government across the board, or is that not a fair description?
Well, privatize can mean different things. I like the idea of voluntary interaction. I think the way government fundamentally functions is through coercive means. The funding mechanism through taxation is people not choosing to contribute. If people thought that the services were valuable, I'd like for them to voluntarily be able to put their money into those services rather than just being forced because there's a monopoly that's just been in place for so many years that we were all born into. And I don't think it's something that people chose necessarily. It's something that an older generation did and we've just kind of been mixed into. So yeah, I'd say I have certain views about government that motivate my activism.
Is there a label that would describe your philosophy? Your political philosophy?
There's several. I'd say some are controversial and because of that have like all sorts of different meanings and mean different things to different people. I find it very difficult to find a label that can really sum up one's views. I'd say that I believe in self-ownership. If there was a word that was like self-ownership-ism, that's what I believe in. Some people would say anarchism is similar to that, and I think there's all different sorts of people who associate themselves with different labels, so I'd be careful to not want to associate with people I don't agree with, but I believe in people own themselves fundamentally and should be the total masters of their own existence to the extent that they're not infringing upon others' abilities to do the same.
You were asked by Attorney Bauer to move from the philosophical to the more mundane about the practicality of videotaping 30 feet. And you responded, I think that, essentially your response was, I think, that it could physically be done, but it would be less attractive. I'm not accurate with summarizing what you were saying.
Right. Well, I mean, I guess the question also assumes certain goals about the videography, the action of taking videotape.
From your perspective, what are the goals of videotaping you're doing?
There's several folds. One is creating an objective record of what goes on. That's something that only the technology can do. No human being can create an objective record with just their eyes and their ears. Another thing is, it's part of the activism is creating the record for other people to see and for it to be shared. I'm someone who believes that works and media should be Creative Commons, that people should share the things that they produce rather than trying to control them. So that's a reason that when I go out and videotape things, whether it's parking enforcement activism or whether it's just walking around downtown Keene, I like the idea of creating a record for people to see, and that being an art project, a Creative Commons project, like an archive of video. Having to be limited at certain feet, also presumably having to be aware of where a parking enforcer is so as not to inadvertently enter 30 feet would definitely create many concerns. I've been doing video for so many years, I've gotten used to being able to multitask, run a video camera, hold it at my side, or have it be wearing it, and be doing multiple things. But as it was mentioned earlier, you can't converse with someone from 30 feet away. You can't have any sort of normal verbal interaction with them. And it seems like a 30-foot boundary would actually create an antistic environment if you were trying to communicate with someone, because it's inherently kind of antagonizing to try to communicate with someone from 30 feet away.
Would the quality of videotape be compromised if you're 30 feet away?
Yes. As you can hear in the video that has been played already, people are just several feet from the video camera and the audio still isn't all that great. I mean, microphones nowadays are much better than they were just a few years ago, but still, I mean, downtown Keene is loud. If you're a considerable distance from someone, even just like maybe 20 feet, you probably can't hear them if they're speaking a normal conversation with someone.
If you're videotaping from 30 feet away, is there a greater risk that you're going to include in the videotape private citizens who may be unrelated to this?
Yes, because you're putting more space between yourself and the subject, it means that there's a lot more ground to be filled with other things.
Now, in terms of communication, verbal communication, what has been the nature of your verbal communication with the parking enforcement officer?
From the start of Robin Hooding, I actually didn't speak much at all to the parking enforcers. The first few times I went out, it was kind of a silent activity where me and my friends would talk amongst each other, be a little ways ahead of them, and be filling the meters. I actually began having conversations with them after a day that was referenced where there was people visiting, and they were saying it was grouping, the word surrounding was used. That particular day, this person visiting town named Chris Cantwell his purpose was to go out and interact with the parking enforcers. And he made videos of himself doing that. And over the course of, I guess, the video he was making, I was in the area, and it was mentioned that myself and other people had been out before. And one of the parking enforcers said one of the parking enforcers pointed out, I guess, myself and James, and said that like we had nothing intelligent to contribute, or that we had nothing intelligent to say. Without myself interacting with the enforcers, that was this other person speaking with the enforcers about the people that she knew. So from that point on, that actually motivated me to be more talkative to the enforcers, and I asked the parking enforcer who said that why she believed that, and through talking with her, she eventually took it back and said that she no longer held the position that I had nothing intelligent to say or contribute.
Which officer is this?
That was Jane.
And what's been the nature of your communication with her?
It's always been friendly, I'd say, since it started. I don't think there's any event I can point to and say that was a negative interaction or something, or antagonistic or anything like that.
What's been the subject matter of your communication with her?
It varies on the day. The majority of the day, if I'm out, I'm not communicating with the parking enforcers, but every few minutes you may just be walking alongside them and talking. The nature of the conversations varies. Since the lawsuits happened, I haven't talked to them specifically about the lawsuit because I figured that there probably were limitations on the city's wanting of them to do that. So I try and be conversational about other things. We'll talk about current events. We've had several conversations about religion and philosophy and free will and ideas, like different ideas that we have. And I'd say very like normal conversations that people would have socially.
Your Honor, it's now, I guess, 3:50. It's probably good time. So that's
It's a logical breaking point. Okay, you can sit down for the stand stream. We'll resume tomorrow at 10 a.m. Because I have some matters, some criminal pretrials I need to deal with at 8:30. And if I could just see counsel at the bench, this can be off the record.
We'd like to invite you to visit freekeene.com. Freekeene.com features audio, video, and blogs chronicling the transition to a voluntary society. Freekeene.com also has comments and discussion forums so you can be heard. Freekeene.com.
I should be in Keene, New Hampshire with the Free Staters.